Good morning. We are live from River Valley Room.
All right, I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Sotu, Blackfoot, and Korasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And I will do a roll call of committee members. Councillor Stevenson,
Good morning.
Councillor Knack,
Good morning.
Councillor Rice,
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford,
Morning.
and there are other council members joining us. Councillor Cartmel is here.
Good morning.
Councillor Wright is
Good.
here.
Good morning.
Councillor Prince Bay is here.
Good morning.
And also we have Councillor Salvador joining us.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Okay, good. Adoption of the agenda. Who would like to do that? Councillor Rice, you want to do that?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. So that is September 28, 2022 Executive Committee meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. Addition 7.7, Clean Energy Improvement Program and Climate Mitigation Priority Project. Replace report page 5. Request to reschedule reports 5.3, Climate and Resilience Mitigation Priority Projects. 7.3, Options to extend penalties forgiveness to small business. Page 4, Financial and Corporate Services Reports, FCS 01334.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote for the adoption of the agenda.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Knack, you want to move the approval of the minutes?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I will move the adoption of the September 7th, 2022 Executive Committee meeting minutes.
Thank you. Any errors or omissions on the minutes? Seeing none, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And protocol items, I understand there's one from Councillor Rutherford. I'll go over to Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm apologize still for my voice. I wanted to take a few minutes this morning to recognize an amazing and unique organization in our community, the Kids Cottage Foundation. Edmontonians have recognized the need for a place where children can find refuge during times of extreme family stress. Through the Children's Emergency Shelter, Kids Cottage Foundation offers emergency support to families in crisis by admitting their children from birth to age 10, free of charge. At Kids Cottage Foundation also provides 24-hour 365-day-a-year crisis line support by calling 780-944-2888 for caregivers, parents, and families in need. All children have the right to live and grow in a healthy and safe environment and have their basic needs met through intervention and support during their formative years. These interventions have the ability to change the course of a child's life. Since 1995, the Kids Cottage Foundation has provided emergency shelter to over 27,000 Edmontonian infants and children and has helped over 14,000 caregivers. Staff shelter children from trauma and harm, prevent toxic stress, and help families and caregivers access critical supports. I've had the personal privilege to tour the Children's Emergency Shelter located in Wardenolnik, and it highlighted just how essential and important this work in emergency shelter is to help the most vulnerable in our society, our children. The Kids Cottage is the Edmonton area's only children's emergency shelter for infants and children, and is only one of 3 centers in all of Canada. During the pandemic, their capacity to help those in need substantially decreased due to health orders. Then on September 1st of this year, as they were still working through the ripple effects of COVID, a fire broke out next door to the Crisis Emergency Center, the Crisis Nursery. Thanks to their fast-acting staff and the heroism of our local firefighters, City of Edmonton firefighters, all of the children in their care are safe. As well, they provided a haven for those escaping from the fire from the neighboring social services. But the flames caused significant smoke damage to their nursery, and they had to navigate how to assist families and children seeking help while these were being restored. I'm happy to share that the nursery is now open in full capacity once again. I encourage my council colleagues to tour the crisis nursery firsthand and see the tremendous impact of their work. And I encourage Edmontonians to attend their Champion a Child Breakfast fundraiser happening on October 6th. Without the valuable contributions of the community through fundraising efforts, the work of Kids Cottage Foundation could not take place. Kids Cottage Foundation heavily relies on donor support to continue serving infants and children in crisis in our community. Over half of their annual budget is entirely funded through donations from the community. And this year, breakfast fundraisers like the one on October 6th are more vital than ever. Please consider donating to this essential organization. The Children's Emergency Shelter also accepts donations for children and infant needs such as food, bedding, clothing, formula, and more. For more information, you can go to kidscottage.org. Your support can provide life-changing shelter and care for local infants and children in need. Thank you to the Kids Cottage staff, some of who I understand are here today, including Janine Fraser, Executive Director. So for those that are my colleagues that are there, you can give her a wave there. And the community as a whole for being there for infants, kids, individuals, and families during times of need. Their work and our work as a community together is incredible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. I see Janine here, and is there someone else here from, if you please stand up and be recognized for your hard work. And yeah. Thank you so much. It's been a while since I've been to paid a visit. Look forward to actually coming back. No, thank you so much for all the good work that you have been doing over the last number of years. Good. All right, so that's protocol items. Select items for debate. Oh, just hold on, as people sign up, let me also recognize that we have grade 6 class from Constable Daniel Woodell School with their teacher Laura Wenger from Ward Pihissevend. That's Councillor Cartmell's ward. So where are the kids? Here you get. Nice to see you all. Thank you so much for joining us. Councillor Cartmell is your councillor. So if you have any questions today or tomorrow, tomorrow. Okay, here you go. All right. Thank you for joining us. Okay, now select items for date. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to select 7.4, 7.7, and on behalf of Councillor Wright, 7.6.
7.4, 7.6,
For Councillor Wright, yeah, and then 7.7.
and 7.7. Okay. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I would like to select 7.2 and 7.3.
7.2, 7.3. Okay. Councillor Rutherford.
I'd like to select, sorry, I didn't put my thing back on mute, 7.1.
7.1. Okay, any other selections? Seeing none, so we have 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 7.4, 7.6, and 7.7 selected. Okay, can someone move that we vote on the items not selected for debate?
So
Councillor Rice?
move.
So move, okay. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Thank you so much. That is carried. Can you please read back what we have already approved?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The September 28th 2022 Executive Committee has approved the following. Request to reschedule reports. 5.1, opportunities to advance major infrastructure projects, revised due date first quarter 2023. 5.2, employee psychological health and safety programs and practices, revised due date October 12th, 2022. 5.3, climate and resiliency mitigation priority projects, revised due date to be determined. And under public reports, 7.5, Cy Becker Brownfield Grant.
Thank you. Request to speak. I have the list here. Maybe I'll just, I'll can move that we hear from number of speakers on 7.1, Nick Lilly, Home Ed, in person, to speak. Then Dave Rumbold and Jonathan Lay to answer questions only. Right? And on 7.4, possible municipal property tax relief, affordable housing services, Steve Hughes, Jasper Place Wellness Center in person, Marie Soroka, Jasper Place Wellness Center in person, Cameron McDonald, Niggin and Housing Venture and Right at Home Housing Society in person. And then on 7.7, Clean Energy Improvement Program and Climate Mitigation, Mike Melross, Alberta Eco Trust Foundation, Climate Innovation Fund in person, Monica Figueroa, Edmonton Youth for Climate in person, Jay Froes, Edmonton Youth for Climate in person, and Heather McKenzie, Solar Alberta Remote, and Gregory Cardwell, Atco Limited in person. So can we please vote to hear from members of the public?
I'll move that we hear from the speakers on these items.
Yes, I've been moved.
I'm a
already.
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And just from a process point of view, Madam Clerk, that we, some of the folks on 7.7 wanted some certainty to when they'll be speaking. So if you could let them know, probably as we go through the other items. I don't think it's necessary to make a time specific, but if you just keep them appraised about how the proceeding of the committee are going, and so they're prepared then.
Yes,
Okay.
we will do that for, I think it was the Edmonton Youth for Climate speakers. We'll let them know.
Okay, good. Thank you. Request by specific time on the agenda, none. Councillor inquiries. Are there any councillor inquiries? Seeing none. Report to be dealt at a different place. None. Meeting, no. And here we are. Now we are into our first item, 7.1, sale of land below market value and grant funding Ogilvy Ridge, selected by Councillor Rutherford. And I'll go to administration for a presentation.
Good morning, Mayor Sohi and members of committee and council. I'm Bart Cherokee, the branch manager of real estate. We have some quick opening remarks, so I'll run through those right now. Administration is here to date requesting that committee provide a recommendation to City Council for approval of budget and agreement motions to enable a below-market sale and funding of the Ogilvy Affordable Housing Site, which falls under the Building Housing Choices Program. With me today to answer questions are Chris Thiessen, Director of Property Transactions, Ryan Kumia, Program Manager, Housing and Homelessness, Stuart Carrig, Manager, Project Development in Affordable Housing and Homelessness, as well as Hanny Kwan, who's our Manager of Housing Policy and Partnerships in Affordable Housing and Homelessness as well. Hanny is joining us online and will provide some further remarks right after me. Prior to passing to Mr. Kwan, I would just note that specific questions about the development itself would be best directed to Home Ed, who have also registered to speak today. I'll now pass it over to Hanny.
Thank you, Mr. Cherokee. Good morning, everyone. In 2015, City Council approved the 0.8 hectare surplus school site at 915 Ogilvy Boulevard Northwest for an affordable housing development. And in 2020, City Council approved the relocation of the development to the southeast corner of the site, primarily as a result of community feedback. The remaining 3.63 hectares of planned open space surrounding the housing development will be retained by the city and continue to serve sport, recreation, and community uses as identified in the original neighborhood structure plan. Following a competitive property listing process this year, administration is recommending that the Ogilvy Ridge Building Housing Choices site be sold to HomeEd, a nonprofit organization with nearly 50 years of experience developing, owning, and operating affordable housing. After public engagement, HomeEd will submit a rezoning application for council's consideration. This is an additional opportunity for the public to provide feedback on the development. A public hearing for municipal reserve removal will occur at the same meeting. The project will have a mix of units rented at market rates, alongside units offered with a partial rent subsidy to enhance affordability. The tenant base is expected to be multi-generational, inclusive of seniors looking to age in place, diverse families, including female-led households, and young couples leaving home for the first time. Thank you. That concludes our opening comments, and we would be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. And now I'll go to speakers. If you could please come up, and we'll be paneled together. That is Nick Lilly, Dave Rumbold, and Jonathan Lay. So Nick is in the middle. Dave, raise your hand. Okay, and Jonathan, raise your hand. Here you go. Now we know who you. Okay, I'll go to Mr. Lilly for your presentation. Can you turn your mic up on, please? Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm Nick Lilly. I'm the CEO of HomeEd. Very appreciative of the opportunity to speak to you today, and also to speak to members of the Ogilvy Ridge community who I do believe are actually listening in online today. I think many of you will know that this land, Ogilvy Ridge, has a storied past, and city-led community engagement started there back in 2015. And if you've reviewed the community engagement reports, as I assure you we have, you'll know that there's been healthy discussion and conversation, questions about the development here. And so really what we want to do today is paint a picture of how we think we can move forward together for the benefit of the city, the community, and those who need our support. Next slide, please. The way we think we do that is through a multi-generational family community. Now, we're committed to a mixed market model wherein a portion of the units will be at a market rental rate, others will be more affordable through some subsidization. But we do believe that there are a minimum of 3 sort of core audiences for that type of product in both scenarios that are in high demand. Those being female-led households, those being young families potentially leaving home for the first time, and those being seniors looking to age in place. And so our goal will be to serve them through this development. Next slide, please. While we're early days in this process, what I can tell you and commit to you is that we're going to operate on the basis of core principles with this development. And that really goes to quality first and foremost. Consumers are going to expect that. The community certainly expects that. And we absolutely need that as a developer, owner, and operator of housing. We're going to be very intentional about how we engage with the community, fostering connection and belonging within the development, but also trying to play a key role in contribution to the broader community. And we need to have sustainability in mind through this whole process, be it financial sustainability, as well as the social context, and trying to raise the bar on environmental sustainability with this unique project. Next slide, please. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about the proposed deal in front of you, but for any of you who might have some lingering concerns about the depth of affordability we're proposing, consider that the 50% of the units that we anticipate being sort of in the affordable realm, if that was a 3-bedroom townhome, which it very well could be, anything in proximity to this current site is going to be well above $1,800 a month. The citywide average for that type of product is about $1,400 a month, and we're committing to go 20% less than that with any of the subsidization we're offering. So it's actually quite significant, and we're going to be able to make this attainable for the likes of the administrative assistant, single mother who has multiple children, for new Canadians who are trying to get some roots with their family in the neighborhood, and certainly those seniors who are looking to age in place and maybe have some accessibility requirements, which will be a part of what we're doing here. For anyone who's looking at this and seeing the RA7 zoning, know that we selected that from the different options that were presented to the city during this offer period. And it was really to provide as much flexibility as we could to the community as we engage with them on the built form. I'll talk about the process more if you'd like, but certainly we do believe that this presents a great option for townhomes, and maybe that is actually the preference by which the community would like to see. Next slide, please. Realistically, you know, if you decide to move forward and council does next week, we are ready to go in terms of taking this from an idea into action. We would start community engagement within October, be back to the community with what we heard within November in anticipation of a rezoning application early in the new year, with enough clarity on the development for people to know what to expect. The hardest part at this sort of point in time is often the uncertainty that we're left with. And we ask for the city's trust, we ask for the community's trust as we go through this process together. Because at the end of the day, we are trying to move forward, but moving forward together is just as important. Thank you for the time today. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and I'll go to council members for questions to the panelists. Okay, let's start with committee members. Oops. See you folks. See you around. Thanks for coming by. Okay. Councillor Rutherford, you selected this item?
I don't have questions to the speakers.
Okay, got it. I'll start. Just want to understand, did you say that the units, the 50% of the units will be affordable, right? How many units those be, you know, or that has not been determined yet?
It's a great question. It hasn't been determined as of yet. When we submitted when we submitted our offer, it was on the basis that this could be up to 100 units.
Okay.
So the engagement that we plan on doing will actually give the community a real hands-on opportunity to consult with us on the built form and the massing on the site before we're able to fully determine the amount of units.
And did you say that those units that will be affordable will be 20% below 1,400 average
That's
rent?
correct. So our commitment to the city on the basis of that grant funding component,
Yeah.
considering it in this, is that at a minimum, it would be 20% less than the citywide average for any of the product type.
Okay, got it. And are those kind of long-term commitments to keep at 20% below that city average?
Yeah, so the terms of the deal that we've agreed to would be at a minimum 40-year commitment.
Sorry, how much?
A minimum 40-year commitment.
40.
40.
Okay, for a 40-year commitment. Okay. And would community have, as you engage, more input into the design of the building?
Yeah, I'm going to actually turn that over to Jonathan Lay, our Director of Development, who I think has a really great process framed up here for that.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a great question, Mayor Sohi. We're looking to engage meaningfully with the community, as Nick mentioned, about the built form and the density on the site. And so our engagement process is intended to be a hands-on process for the community, for them to have a direct and active involvement in what gets built on the site.
Okay. And you mentioned financial sustainability. Is that why you want to have a kind of a mixed market and affordable, that you get revenue from market rental and then use that to subsidize some of the affordable component?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So from from anything that we've been able to look at from a pro forma basis, even with your support as contemplated here, a mixed market model is a financial necessity.
Okay, got it. And on the environmental sustainability, can you elaborate a little bit more? Like what standards are you following?
Yeah, so the proposed development and our commitment is to reach a net zero development. So that is a very high bar, but certainly something that we think is very important in line with our goals and the city's goals.
Okay, got it. Okay. And my final question, I know you were part of the panel discussion yesterday, and you heard from number of Edmontonians who are struggling with the affordable housing, and there's a need for deep subsidy in affordable housing. 20% below average rental market, yes, it is absolutely important, right? As you do your further financial analysis, is there ability and opportunity to have more better deep subsidy available?
Yeah, it's a great question, and the short answer is yes, that is under consideration. So certainly one thing I noted within the needs assessment that the city, I think, did a great job with, even at the depth of affordability we're proposing, which 20% less than average, but closer to 50% for the area,
Yeah.
is in a high demand sort of segment.
Yeah.
As we go and as we potentially pay off more debt through the course of the different years, as a nonprofit, our focus is trying to enhance the subsidization beyond where it is.
Okay, got it. So you're saying that within the context of the area, there's more, area is more expensive and rental is more expensive, but with these subsidies, you'll be at, you say 50% of the average, or?
Well, that if you looked at the sort of the market for the area right now, relative to the city average, it's actually much higher.
Okay.
So we're going to be 20% less than the city average, but that's actually substantially more than the area average. So making it an attainable community for those who might otherwise not.
Okay, good. That's so. A woman facing domestic violence needs to move out with kids, want to stay in the neighborhood, will be able to kind of have that option of staying in the neighborhood at a subsidized rate.
Certainly, that's one of our core focus areas.
Okay, good. Well, thank you for that. Really appreciate those answers. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So there is just a few clarification questions. So I really appreciate, and our city has a partner and like the Home Aid, and with 50 years experience in this industrial area. That is wonderful. The first question, based on the report, I just want to clarify from your end. So there are two requests. So one request is below market sale for land to Home Aid. That's one. So another one is funding and for the one affordable housing site and to develop. So that's two requests and for today, right?
Yes, so within the offer we put forward during the competitive process, it was multifaceted beyond the scope of purely the land, which we think is a real necessity within the viability of this project.
Okay. So you mentioned about the multi-generation and also mixed market model. Did this type of model and then for our investment happen in the past, or this is the first time?
So this mixed market model, I think, is becoming more of a standard for any new development in affordable housing, and there's plenty of precedent in other municipalities, even in Edmonton. If you look at the new Londonderry.
Mike, sorry, I have to mindful to my time. Is it just the first time, or this is already happened and in the past?
It has happened in the past, yes.
So that means Home Aid already operate this mixed market model already?
We've integrated a mixed market component in some of our properties already, yes.
Okay, so if that's the case, what is the ongoing operational cost, how that impact our city's contribution to support the operation cost, because it's mixed model? mixed market model. So is there anything, based on the past experience, is there anything we need to be aware and before invest this? So,
Yeah, I'll take a stab, and certainly if you want me to clarify, it's important to know as a city-owned nonprofit corporation, we don't receive any operating subsidies from the city.
okay.
So that's not being contemplated here either. What's being contemplated is a below-market sale with a capital grant infusion.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So in total right now, and so the request funding is $4.711 million from city, right?
Yeah.
If I could ask from ongoing revenue perspective, I know I understand the revenue could use to operate for the asset management, everything like that. So what is return and to the city after we sell this and to the development?
So from our perspective, what you're doing is catalyzing this development, where you're providing land and an initial grant, not unlike you do in many other cases, for new projects to be initiated. So the return here will be a development that hopefully meets your goals in terms of high affordability, accessibility, environmental sustainability, and one that's well integrated with the community. I can expand on that if that didn't answer your question.
Okay, is there any challenge we ever facing in the mixed market model in the past?
Well, I think it's one thing that makes it unique is that more traditionally, affordable housing developments are targeted, marketed more directly to those in need. And here we are having to kind of market to different segments of the population. And yet, I think that's really at the core of what's in the city plan, trying to be inclusive in our developments in our community. And
is there any challenge?
I think it's a different way of thinking about it, but I think HomeEd is very well positioned to do that.
So is this specific challenge we heard and from your tenants or from the owners, from different group, from marketing value owners group, from like affordable housing owner group? Is there any challenge?
From my view, this is something that is now a requisite in when we are doing these new developments, and that challenge, if it exists, is very manageable.
Can you give me a few examples? What's a challenge?
Well,
what type
it's
of
certainly
challenge?
in ensuring that we have a development that is of a quality nature, and that regardless of your income, to a degree, you would want to live there. And so that is the testament that we'll be able to hold up at the end of this process to suggest we have that type of quality asset, and that it is completely open and inclusive to anybody, regardless of their income level.
Okay, my time is out. And
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So thanks for your presentation today, Nick. I appreciate it. A couple of pieces here. So first of all, this community has expressed support for essentially an age-in-place kind of a model. So the ability, for those in the neighborhood, and let's be clear, this neighborhood is predominantly single-family housing. So there's I have heard, I think you have heard, a desire that there's opportunities for people's kids that are reaching that age where they're trying to move out but stay in the community, where people are trying to migrate to a smaller home towards their senior years and want to stay in the community, and some of the other cohorts that we've talked about that might need that more accessible place to stay in the community, to keep their kids in the local school. It sort of speaks to an age and place in the community kind of a model. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely, and I think that underscores our view that this will be a multi-generational, family-oriented community that I think can serve all those groups that you just mentioned.
Now, if we, there's the question about proportional amounts of subsidized versus market. Can you speak to a little bit about what experiences HomeEd has had about a development that might be 100% below market and subsidized? And you know, and I guess provocatively stated, you know, does a stigma become attached to a development like that? And it's not embraced by the community. It's not seen as a multi-generational development that serves the community. I don't want to speak for you, but is that a concern?
I don't believe it's a concern, certainly within our recent past. And as I look at this project, it's not a concern that I don't think is manageable if we do what we say we're going to do. And that's part of the process here in building trust with the community, answering as fast as we can with clarity on what we're trying to do, and be a great listener and contributor to the community. So from my view, you know, historically, our model has been a bit more towards fully affordable properties. I think they integrate very well with the community as it is, because we are intentional in bridging some of those relationships with the community more broadly. But in this case, I think it's just the next step towards ensuring that we remain intentional and supportive of the community in its interest, as well as those of the residents.
So there's a financial imperative then about determining the mix to allow the project to be successful financially, but otherwise you don't have any concerns about integrating into the community and providing all of those opportunities we were just speaking of?
No.
The RA7 zoning then, what opportunity, you spoke to flexibility that zoning provides. Can you speak a bit more about that? Like, you know, what does that allow you to do that you wouldn't get with a different zoning?
Yeah, and I'll turn
Nick,
over
can
to
you move close to the mic so that...
My apologies. Yeah. I'll actually ask Jonathan, our Director of Development, to expand on that choice to propose the RA7.
Thank you, Nick. Councillor Cartmel, the city listing provided us with 3 zoning options, 2 that were townhome only options, and then RA7, which provides us the flexibility to do a variety of built forms, certainly townhomes. It also provides the flexibility for us to contemplate, with the community's input, a small apartment or a small commercial component. Our interest in this project is to provide the community with the most amount of flexibility to determine an outcome with us about what the build form is going to be like. The opportunity to do townhomes is certainly present and something that we're interested in, but we genuinely want to listen and receive feedback from the community about what their preferences for the site are.
So you've spoken to past public consultations and efforts that have been made. This is at least a 7-year journey by my recollection in this community. But you're speaking about a pretty fast timeline to getting to development here. So can you just outline those again? If this is approved next week at council, there's an engagement process. What does that look like?
Go ahead. We are very interested in being in front of the community quickly. We want to be able to deliver to the community certainty in the process and an understanding of what will be happening in their neighborhood with them as part of that process. We hope at the end of October to begin that initial engagement, and as I mentioned before, with a hands-on exercise for the community to participate. We want to be back in front of them at the end of November, if possible, to be able to present to them what we heard and what we can move forward to, get some feedback, and then be in a position to take that feedback about the build form and what we would like to do on the site with their input to council as part of the public hearing process towards the rezoning. So that when we get to the rezoning process next year, hopefully in the first half of the year, that we have clarity for the community about what the intent is for the site, and that they've had an opportunity to participate in the process to generate that opportunity.
Thank you. My time is up. I might have a couple more.
Okay, good, no problem. Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Nick, for the presentation. It's a really interesting project. So, given that 7-year timeline, I'm just want to confirm that at this stage, you have more certainty in terms of who the end user, would be based on that slide 2 I saw. Is that right?
That's correct. I think this concept of a multi-generational family community really is driven from some of that community engagement work, but also the city's needs assessment, which points to those categories.
So then kind of in the 7-year period, would you say kind of in the last year is kind of where you landed on that certainty?
Well, I think through this process, the city has been the lead. When they did put forward the public request for offer, that's where we took the first step towards outlining what our intention would be if you so choose to move forward here.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of learning here that other wards, including my own, can learn from with similar projects. And given the demographics, say, I think I heard the mayor mention earlier, women fleeing domestic violence, etc. Do you anticipate having services on site?
Our anticipation would not be devoted supportive services that you might contemplate in other areas. I think where we can really add value is in strong connections to different agencies who really do well in providing those services. What I continue to hear, particularly with female-led households who may be looking to escape a domestic violence situation, is just the availability of housing that meets their requirements, and particularly with larger families, and that necessity that that's available to them during those periods is the chief concern. So I think those relationships will be key in ensuring people have that option.
That's great, thank you. And finally, I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit to the research and evidence of diverse communities, and in this case in particular socioeconomically diverse communities, and how they might contribute to neighborhood resilience.
Certainly. Well, I will suggest that their city of administration has done a fantastic job in outlining a very broad range of research on that subject. I believe it was actually part of the community consultation they provided.
Sorry, apologies. Maybe let me just reframe that, I guess, from HomeEd's experience in your other development sites. I know we tend to kind of look at, impact, kind of negative impact, but I'm wondering if you can speak more to the positive impacts that you've learned over the years.
Yeah, well, I think even some of those comments from yesterday's committee meeting where many with lived experience around housing affordability spoke, I think they spoke to affordability being one consideration, but a sense of belonging, agency, and community being another. And I think that's what we're trying to foster within this, that they can live in these communities that they want to live in, and that there's a quality standard that they can expect. But I think we have to be intentional in doing so, and that's sort of been our process in any new development, but also within the context of how we operate these properties.
Okay, thank you. And then your engagement it will be led by HomeEd, correct?
That's correct. This next phase is developer-led. The city administration, I believe, will have a role in support.
Thank you so much. That's it for me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I was hesitating whether or not to ask these questions, but you just spoke of the sense of belonging. And I'm just wondering what the association, I guess what the association is with the Homeowners Association. It's got beautiful facilities right there. Would you maintain that connection with the HOA?
Well, I think the HOA is a key community member, and we've already tried to initiate some conversations there. Obviously, we're at an early phase in this development, but my expectation we'll have continued consultation and engagement as we look to not only move forward in this development, but hopefully become a great part of the community.
Okay, and then the cost for belonging to that HOA, that wouldn't be prohibitive to the whole development, would it?
Well, I think it's all within consideration to the financial sustainability. As we progress through this, I think we'll have better clarity on what the community development can support, but unquestionably, we will be looking to make a contribution to the community and being a good neighbor within that.
Okay. And as Councillor Cartmel talked about the aging in place, I mean, if somebody's used to be belonging to that and having access to all those facilities and amenities, I think that should continue. Okay.
Absolutely. I think that's part of why we want to do what we want to do here, is to be, obviously a hallmark within how we build community, build the city in the way that the city plan contemplates.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice next.
So one quick question. I know it's early stage, and right now we still have the following steps. Do you have the number, what the total cost could be for this site development, and from start beginning until finished?
We don't have a precise number at this point. when we did some initial modeling on this, we looked at a cost per unit of about $275,000. That's probably actually light. And yet the reason we did that was to at least provide a benchmark to the city if this was to develop into 100 units at 25% grant contribution on the affordable 50% of the units. That's where we got sort of that 3.7 capital grant number. I think at the end of the day, when we hone in on that a little bit more, the units are likely to be larger and likely more costly at the beginning, but ultimately the city will have made its contribution at that point and will be utilizing the business model as well as other grant opportunities to close that gap.
So for me to ask this question, try to predict the future funding requests from city as well. So do you see that potential there, or you think right now the funding we're going to approve today, or not today, the next council meeting, and will be enough for us to stop this first step?
Absolutely. So again, I'll be clear, the reason for sort of taking these different sources that might normally happen in isolation from the city is to catalyze this, to give us some clarity that this is meaningful to you as well as to us, so we can get going on a reasonably tight timeline to give the community some context. So I don't anticipate any future asks from the city. We have a roadmap that allows us to go to now other sources like the federal government and CMHC to close the gap on what we need.
Okay. The request from Home Ed is a $10 long mailing purchase and from city, and then also the funding up to $4.7 million at this point, but we don't know the total cost yet.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Cartmill.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Just a couple more. So first question then, just about the pace of development, presuming approvals, this week, next week, engagement starting at the end of October and being completed by the end of November. That's a pretty aggressive schedule based on experiences we've had here. If it takes longer than that, does that upset your financial apple cart? Like if that delays a public hearing by a few months, how critical is that to your?
Well, I think at the end of the day, it'll take what it takes to get through this process, right? We're hopeful and optimistic that that is achievable, but at the end of the day, if rezoning takes longer, really the intent here is to continue to move this forward. And so if that means a delay into the summer, we'll have to reassess sort of the potential construction timelines, but that's the reality of doing work like this.
Yeah.
What we want to avoid is really just you making a decision and then nothing happening for another 7 years. And so
trust me. I'm just, I guess maybe asking a different way. Is there a critical date for a construction start after which you get into financial difficulty?
Not at this stage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, I had another question. I'm sorry. Yes, that's what it was. I wanted just to confirm essentially Home Ed's governance structure. So you're wholly owned by the City of Edmonton, correct?
That is correct.
And we have regular interactions and essentially an accountability chain right up to through city administration to city council.
Yes, you have direct accountability as our shareholder for an annual audit and annual reporting on our financials and key performance indicators, and plenty of opportunity to outline expectations to your board of directors, which Dave is the chair.
Right, fair enough. And Home Ed is a nonprofit, so all of the dollars that it gains gets turned back into its facilities.
Absolutely, or into investing in new facilities.
Which is distinct and different from other developments on other surplus school sites that have happened in the past, where there's been a for-profit partner, for instance.
That is my understanding, correct.
Right, great. Thank you for being here and for answering those questions, Mr. Liu.
Thank you so much. So please step back now, and we will go to our administration for questions. All right, Councillor Rutherford, go ahead.
Yes, Mayor Sohi, I'll start by moving the recommendation in the report.
Okay, thank you. We have a, can you read it into the record, please, if you don't mind?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's
you
okay.
know,
I will read it off of my.
I can read it for you if you want me to.
No, it's okay. I'm good. So
Okay.
that the agreement for the sale of, so the executive committee recommend to council the agreement for the sale of land in Ogilvie Ridge between the City of Edmonton and the City of Edmonton Nonprofit Housing Corporation at below market value, as set out in attachment 1 of the September 28th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01275, be approved, and that the agreement be in the form and content acceptable to the city manager. 2, that the transfer of 1.25 million from capital profile 1990-4100 affordable housing land acquisition and site development to the social development branch 2022 operating expenditure budget be approved for the purpose of providing funding to the City of Edmonton Nonprofit Housing Corporation for servicing costs on a multi-year basis as set out in attachment 4 of the September 28th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01275. 3, that the funding affordable housing agreement for Ogilvie Ridge between the City of Edmonton and the City of Edmonton Nonprofit Housing Corporation as set out in attachment 3 of the September 28th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01275, be approved, and that the agreement be in form and content acceptable to the city manager. And finally, 4, that the attachment 5 of the September 28th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01275, remain private pursuant to sections 24 and 27 of the Freedom of Information and Protection and Privacy Act.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford, and I'll start your time again, right? So go ahead, you can take a, take a sip of water and.
Thank you. My questions are all for in private related to attachment 5. So I can either move to go into private now to answer those questions, or if others have public questions,
Let's go through the public questions, then we can move into private. Okay, good.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thanks very much. Thanks for putting the motion on the floor, Councillor Rutherford. Just a quick question to administration. Is the $3.4 million grant, is that comparable to what they would be eligible for under like the regular AHIP program? So 25% construction costs of affordable units?
Yes, we worked with Home Ed to look at what their original proposal was and look at the land servicing costs that we also identified for this property to determine what could be a reasonable up to 25%. And that was the number that was taken.
Great. So again, fairly comparable to the standard AHIP requirements or allowances?
That's correct, yes.
Great. And are they subject to some of the other criteria in AHIP as well in terms of, I think I saw it was net zero ready, so just energy efficiency, accessible units, again, something that we heard a strong need for yesterday, so the 10% accessible?
They are actually guided more by policy C583, the guidelines for development of surplus school sites. But when we do look at our submissions and how we graded the applications that came in, we did look at energy efficiency, level of affordability, accessibility offered. So we use very similar principles that are also within the AHIP grant, but we are very much bound still to a specific policy for surplus school sites.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for delineating those two different approaches. I am also interested just in terms of the removal of the MR designation. I know that that's been flagged as sort of a hindrance or a barrier to some of the other, we've talked about co-locating affordable housing with fire halls, for example, and the MR status of that land had been raised as a barrier. So what are the implications of removing the MR status from this land? I don't know if that's a question for legal, but just interested in what what the implications are and why that might be a barrier in other instances.
Councillor Stevenson, it's Kim Thurston with Legal Services. Under the Municipal Government Act, the MR designation must be removed before the land is sold.
But do we have to pay back to the original developers anyway? Like, are there any other implications other than just a change in status?
The funds are to be directed to, sorry, I just don't have it before me, but there's a specific fund that it goes to in the parks. And it has to be used for the specific uses under the act. But in this case, because there is a nominal sale, there are no funds to go to that group.
Okay, very interesting. Great. Well, no further questions. I am pleased to support this motion. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Just a few questions, clarification, and from the reports. The first question, and I would like to understand, and because in the reports we talk about this sale, and is to support the goal and for the budget 2019 to 2020 for affordable housing units. However, we already heard in the past few meetings the goal for our city to support affordable housing units already exceed our target 25,000 units. So right now it's 4,700 units. So why we mentioned that, and then what is specific this sale is to support future affordable housing goal, or is it already goal we achieved? This is a little bit confusing and from the report.
Sure. So we look at the goal of the 2,500 as it was for the previous investment cycle, which is now coming to a close at the end of the year. So we have surpassed that 2,500, and this is in addition to the number that we have, which I think is about 2,610 right now.
I believe the number I heard is 4,700 units already based on the past few meetings council had. But I don't want to argue that number right now here. I just want clarifications to my next question related to that. So if we are support this land sale and all the funding for the goal for 2019-22, that means all the funding source, 4.7 already approved, is not from future 23-26 funding. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so funding source is already there, and so it's not the additional approved from next budget cycle.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so the next question is about the nonprofit organization. This is a nonprofit organization. And then if we are doing a public engagement, I know we will do it. And in the past, did you heard anything and concerns from public regarding the nonprofit organization to provide market value unions? And then because there is something different there, and we use the line, just long, like a nominal purchase, $10, and city's line, and then use city's funding to get the site development ready. And then right now we provide the market value unions to the people, to the public. So how public perceive this? And do we heard any concerns?
As per policy C583, that development of surplus school sites, we do state that non-market housing will comprise 50 to 75% of the residential unit build. So that's been a constant through all the conversations, is that would be a requirement of any future development on the site. I would say that from what we heard on the engagement, not necessarily any kind of disagreement on that principle.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Thank you for clarification. So my last question is about, in the report we talk about the full goal, 850,000 revenue, but also we talk about the funding. And can you explain a little bit more about that from city revenue perspective?
So the foregone revenue is just if we had sold that property at market value. So we're just trying to identify for council the value of the site, and by selling it at a nominal rate, when we take away the book costs associated with that specific property, what is the foregone revenue? So it's just trying to provide that information to
So
council.
just to try to the comparison.
That's right.
So market value or no market value.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. I have few questions before I go to Councillor Cartmel. On the design and the quality of the design and the building, once, if this is approved by council, the consultation falls on to the developer. So how do we make sure that their commitment on quality design and on ongoing engagement?
We have a design condition in the agreement that we're working with HomeEd on, and so we'll have some time to discuss that with them when that comes. Yeah.
So there's ability of administration, and you'll be involved in consultation? I mean, you'll be assisting in consultation? What would the city's involvement be after the execution of the agreement?
The HomeEd will be leading engagement, but we will be accompanying them during that engagement.
Okay, got it. On the commitment of 20% below market average rental in the city, how do we ensure that becomes part of the legal agreement that we sign as part of the financial commitment?
Yes, so there are two agreements that would be signed. The first is the sale agreement for the land, and the second would be an affordable housing agreement where we have a commitment for a 40-year term to have that below or that near market rental rate applied to 50% of the units.
Okay, so it's under the affordability component of the funding agreement.
Correct.
Okay, it's for 40 years at that particular. And about the environmental sustainability net zero commitment by the developer, where is that? Where is that included in the agreement?
That is within the sale agreement itself.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And so we typically have a sale condition within the agreement to strive towards environmental sustainability through development.
Okay. So those are binding agreements that a developer must comply with.
Correct.
Correct, and there's also a performance fee attached with that as well that they, yeah.
Good. Okay. Does city have a policy around aging in place? Encouraging more people to stay in the neighborhood as people transition from their circumstances in life?
No policy that I'm aware of that's specific to that age in place within a local geography.
Okay. Okay, guys. Because what I heard from developer and what is mentioned is that ability for people to stay in the community as their circumstances change. For example, if women is facing domestic violence, they want to stay in the neighborhood and able to do so and have the option and ability and choice to stay in the neighborhood. So these kind of developments do offer that choice.
Yes, in this case, the development is proposing and offering that. Yes.
But we don't have a specific policy that's aligned with that. Okay.
Not that I'm aware of, sorry.
Okay, got it. Okay, no worries. Okay, those are the questions I had, and thank you so much for those. And I'll go to Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So just a couple somewhat random questions. Most of my questions and points of clarification have been asked. And this might be quite random, but my office is receiving questions about a survey. So has city administration sent out or completed some sort of a survey in the neighborhood that they're asking for responses to? Because I haven't seen anything. No?
No, not that we're aware of.
Okay, so maybe that's somebody within the community doing that. Okay, thank you. We've heard, that we've actually exceeded our affordable housing goals for this 4-year budget cycle and I think for the 10-year budget cycle. But we have a complementary goal of trying to achieve 16% affordable housing in all of our neighborhoods, correct?
That is correct.
Do you have a metric on where this neighborhood is at?
We are in process of updating each one of those neighborhoods, but with the information we have on this, we have listed it as the 0 to 5%.
0 to 5% affordable housing within the neighborhood. So not quite meeting that 16% goal.
That's correct.
Yeah. And maybe so just on the concerns or at least raising the question of aging in place and staying in the community from from a number of perspectives. Part of our city plan speaks to 15-minute communities, does it not? And does that not speak to the notion that we really want to stay or have people, as much as possible, stay within the community and stay within a 15-minute commute of their front door? Is that not, maybe it doesn't state it implicitly, but is that not sort of an implied goal that we stay in our communities?
It's absolutely an implied goal. We absolutely have a lot of age-friendly components within the city plan that cover off the concept of aging in place, that we want people to be able to stay in their communities, not just stay in their communities, but also be active in their communities as well. Find
everything they can in their community that enriches their lives.
Absolutely. That's the key concept of 15-minute districts as well.
No matter their age or circumstances.
Exactly. All ages, all abilities.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe. The community had expressed through this long journey of consultation a desire for seniors-focused housing, that particular cohort. And it is the community's understanding that administration made a pledge to seek out expressions of interest from seniors-focused housing associations. I'm not sure if you can confirm or share any of that, but did administration make an effort to seek out proposals from seniors-specific organizations?
Yes, we did. We contacted a number of seniors supporting affordable housing providers that we work with, and we also included that within what we heard within the proposal that went to the public. We did not have any direct submissions from any of those senior service providers.
Right. So the effort was made, and the submissions we received are what we received?
That's correct.
Okay. I think those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Tang.
Thank you. A couple of questions from Councillor Carmel can trigger something for me. I think in a previous meeting, I did ask for a memo for that 16% policy. And I understand you're waiting on the census information to do that. So I look forward, because I've had that question for a long time, partly because I was wondering, earlier in the year, we've had a lot of conversation around sort of the concentration of housing services in the downtown. And I recall, there has been conversations in the past year, several years, about sort of that distributed approach. And I'm wondering if we have a formal policy on that, or is that the 16%? Is that it?
I'll pass it on to my colleague, Hanny Kwan, actually, on that one.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Hang. That neighborhood guideline shows up in policy C601, which guides our AHIP investments.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, thanks for that. Anyways, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So, Councillor Rutherford, you want to move that we go into private?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we'll take a couple of minutes for room to clear. Okay. Okay. Okay, are we in public?
Just let us make sure the doors are open. We are back in public.
We are back in public. Okay, we have a motion on the floor and moved by Councillor Rutherford. And are we ready to vote? All right, I'll call the vote. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. One moment, we're getting it up. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And Councillor Stevenson, can you please take the chair?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. See you after lunch.
Great, and thanks to the delegation on item 7.1. So we'll move on to 7.2. We may only have time for the opening presentation, but if administration can queue that up, we'd love to hear from you.
Good morning, committee. The City of Edmonton has a number of planning tools in place to protect natural and agricultural lands as the city grows. These tools include policies, strategies, and regulations intended to protect natural areas within and outside of the river valley and ravine system, as well as valuable agricultural lands in future growth areas. Many of these tools are rooted in the city's long-standing commitment to assembling and managing an open space network that supports ecological functions while also providing spaces that contribute to the health and well-being of Edmontonians and visitors. Building on this long-standing history, the city has also come to increasingly recognize the importance of protecting prime agricultural lands until such time as those lands are needed to accommodate our growth. Our report today is focused on practical steps that can be taken to strengthen or better implement policies, strategies already in place, and breaks these opportunities down into three categories: land securement, natural area management, and planning and policy implementation tools. While this work is considered highly important, it is currently unfunded, and resource constraints limit the extent to which administration can respond to these opportunities. In response to these constraints, administration will bring forward an unfunded service package focused on strengthening natural area protections for Council's consideration as part of all of the fall budget deliberations. Thank you, and we're pleased to answer any questions you have regarding the report.
Thanks very much. I believe this was selected by Councillor Rice, so I'll go to you first for questions.
Okay, thank you. Yes, a few questions. And so, can you tell me a little bit more about in the report, the total service package for bring to the 2023-26 budget deliberation is full service package as mentioned. Is that my understanding right, or is just a different package, or the same package mentioned 4 times?
Oh, correct. That is one service package represents everything that's mentioned in the report. Correct. It's represents all of that work.
Okay, because I noticed the service package's content, and each time mentioned is different. That is why I asked that question.
That's good feedback for us, Councillor Rice. Our intention was to indicate that we bring forward an operating service package, and we wanted to highlight that in the report.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. The next question about, and then in this report, I didn't say this specifically about the nature area management plan for the nature area in the residential area. So let me give a few examples. And in some like mature neighborhoods, we have the naturalized area, but those areas seems right now and is not well maintained, and some are aged, and their problem and cost and for the property owner around those areas. And what's the process or what's the city's actions, because we don't have any plan and for this type of things, and to look after those areas to ensure those naturalized area in our residential area actually can contribute to the purpose we set up and is not just negatively impact our residential area for many property owners. I received many complaints about this.
Councillor Rice, the motion that we were responding to is to come back with options to strengthen natural and agricultural land protection programs and policies. And so the intention of the report was not to deal with the operations component, but I do know my colleague, DCM Seabrook is on the line, who could speak to what we do on a case-by-case basis from an operational perspective when there's some challenges with a natural area.
If we're doing case by case, there is no policy, no management planning and in place. And so that ends up actually those areas are not well maintained. And then do we need the specific policy in place and for us and to have that policy to guide an operational process? Otherwise, the operation process is not in place to ensure those naturalized area in our residential area are actually well maintained. So I think that is my concern.
So, Councillor Gord Sebrick here. In terms of the naturalized areas, so last fall we committed to pausing any additional naturalized areas, and we actually have reverted some back to manicured or maintained areas. We are going through an extensive engagement process. We did finish phase 1 of engagement with the public. Based on that, we will be doing a more comprehensive round of engagement in terms of the whole naturalized area education program, as well as what the naturalized area plan looks like going forward, because it hasn't been updated for some time, and that's what we indicated to council last year. In terms of maintaining naturalized areas, there are some practices in place already. We are obligated to follow provincial regulations with regards to noxious weeds and those types of things. So whether it's a naturalized area or a maintained area, we do follow that practice. But by design, naturalized areas are intended to have less maintenance in regards to the specific natural species of plant material and the overall design of them. So there is some work that is already underway, and there'll be more work going forward. But again, in terms of naturalized areas by design, they are intended to be less maintenance in terms of a manicure perspective.
Okay, thank you for that answer, and I may have the follow-up questions. So I just see a few seconds here.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rutherford?
Hi, yes, I don't have any questions. I just have a motion I'd like to put on the floor, please. If I may?
Yes, please go ahead.
So I would like to move that administration bring forward a capital growth request to facilitate the protection of natural areas as part of the 2023-2026 budget with funding options for council consideration.
Okay, thank you. We'll just have clerks put that up. I'm not sure if they had the wording, but we'll get that up.
Yes.
Did you have any further questions?
We just got the wording. It's just on its way up. Just give us one moment.
Sure. Did you want to introduce that, Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I think this report's really great. I was glad to see the service packages on the operational side that, you know, if we had accepted for information that was going to come forward as part of budget. But I was really impressed with, you know, some of the capital investments we've made in the last budget cycle and the amount of over 70 hectares of land that we've been able to, save or preserve through that capital fund. So I want to make sure it may not be 18 million. I know we're going into a hard budget, but I don't want it to be zero either. And so I want it to be a part of that conversation so we can keep that program going into this next budget cycle. So that's the intent of this. So happy to answer any questions from my colleagues on this motion.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Redford. And I will actually ask a first question. Just wanted to clarify. So this would be, I know there was mention in the report of the Natural Area Reserve Fund. Is this is what that would be for? Perfect. Well, thank you. That had actually been one of my questions to administration, just, why, recognizing in the report it notes that this would have the highest impact, just wanting to understand why that wasn't coming forward. So really pleased that you've filled that gap. Maybe just to administration too, and I'm just picking up a thread that came through our previous conversation, but we are able to, so my understanding is that if we have municipal reserve land that we're not, that we're selling, that we have to dedicate those proceeds to park acquisition, would that potentially include funds to the Natural Area Reserve Fund?
We're not sure, actually, Councillor Stevenson. We'd have to follow up with you on that. It's a good question.
Yeah, and I think obviously there's a range of strategic questions just in terms of how we're using our MR, in terms of supporting our affordable housing goals, recognizing there's some challenges there from a market perspective, just thinking that might be another funding source to explore. But other than that, no questions. I'm really pleased, again, to be seeing some of those other packages that we'll be able to debate at budget, and certainly look forward to having this one there as well. I'll go now to Councillor Wright for first round of questions.
Hi, I just wanted, I guess one question is, how can you move a natural area and still call it natural?
I'm not sure, Councillor Wright, move a natural area. Maybe if you could help clarify that.
I've seen in some, maybe some zoning requests or developers request that they want to move a section of area that's considered naturalized and move it somewhere else on the property.
So, Councillor, this report, the intention is that we collect it before it is disturbed. That's what this report is trying to focus on, is acquiring lands that have that environmental value, natural areas, and looking to acquire them before they are disturbed. There is processes in place too, where historical decisions and development has occurred over top of certain natural areas, and there may be some restoration opportunities that we can explore. And then in addition, I think perhaps you're talking about new development in new areas, new communities, where a developer would be looking to perhaps compensate land for disrupting natural areas. And there's processes through the neighborhood structure plan process that they would need to go through.
Okay, but would this protect those natural lands from any of those processes?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
So if we were able to have the funding and policies and strategies in place, then yes, absolutely. Before any of that disruption would occur, the city would acquire those lands and protect them.
Okay, so right now there is the ability for developers to disturb that natural land, is that right?
So perhaps, Councillor, what we're talking about here is moving beyond the minimum protection. So currently we do have minimum protection. So if it is an area that is noted as being environmental reserve, so there is no disagreement about its value, that is acquired by the city and doesn't require any additional tools for protection. This is going beyond that environmental reserve designation for areas that are of interest to us but don't formally meet the Municipal Government Act requirements for environmental reserve.
Okay, I would just like something done about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Just recognizing we're bumping up on our lunch hour break, I'll end our speakers there and adjourn us until we resume at 1:30. Thanks, everyone.
from River Valley Room. Wait, where did? Oh, there he is.
Good afternoon. Welcome back from our recess, not adjournment, over the lunch hour. We're on item 7.2, and I believe Councillor Rice, were you up for a second round of questions?
Yes. So I just have a very quick question, and
apologies, we'll restart your time, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson, could we just do a quick roll call just to ensure for the public that we have quorum? Thank you.
Of course, I apologize. I always forget that step coming back. So a roll call of committee members, Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
I'm here, and Mayor Sohi, I believe, will be joining us shortly. Thank you. Apologies for that. Councillor Rice, over to you.
Thank you. I do have a quick question. And so, for the motion on the floor for the capital growth and for the budget passed, and then the question to the operation team is, do we still need the operation funding and for the maintenance of naturalized area in the residential areas?
So, Councillor, unless we were to change the level of service or the design of a naturalized area, naturalized areas by their definition don't require any additional maintenance other than what we have for weed control or animal control in terms of pest management. But other than that, that's already in place. So there's no additional maintenance for the current designation of natural areas.
So then the follow-up question could be, and for the designations naturalized area and in our neighborhoods, if they're already and due to the age, like 30 years, 4 years, and due to the weather change and climate change and due to other reasons, so those areas actually create the problem and for the properties around those areas. And then many property owners and then voice their questions or concerns to the city to request the maintenance. Then what is the process for that? What's the funding from for that? Where is the funding from for that?
Gord, you're on mute.
Councillor, we would need to understand what type of maintenance they're asking for, because again, there's no specific maintenance or, we don't cut grass or anything in those naturalized areas. So that there's no additional maintenance. If there's specific issues, then we would deal with them on a one-off basis, but there isn't a required maintenance program for those types of areas.
So this is why I say I saw the gap and in our natural area management plan and the report provided in front of me here. And this gap still there to identify the demanding right now from communities to resolve the problem caused by the naturalized area around their properties. And for example, the water and then the creek behind their house and caused the property sinking and it caused the water from nature's area into their basement and all these type of needs because due to the naturalized area around their properties. Not only one property, actually there are many properties around the naturalized area. So that gap right now I'm seeing and in the proposal and in front of me. So my question is how we address that.
So most of the water bodies that we have in terms of the naturalized areas are actually owned by EPCOR. There's very few that are owned by us, as that is all part of the drainage network. So if there's specific requirements in terms of drainage, we work with EPCOR to get those addressed in a combined fashion. But those would be specific location issues, and EPCOR does have those programs in place. So if there are those locations now, we do examine them. But again, if we're talking about maintaining the existing sort of design principles around a naturalized area there, by design, they aren't intended to have any additional repairs. We do have programs, for example, such as, our trail maintenance program, which is already in place, but that is, where we have trails that are constructed, we do the maintenance there, and that is part of a regular infrastructure asset life cycle management. But those are only in areas where we've actually constructed something within the scope of a natural area.
So just to correct me if my understanding is wrong, that means you don't need operating budgets and to bring forward to discussing all this maintenance or process to dealing with those problem caused and by our naturalized area in the neighborhoods, right?
So again, we're not doing any additional maintenance. If there was a different level of service that was desired and we were directed by council to provide a different level of maintenance, then we would need a specific maintenance program. But as it stands now, with the way that the naturalized area is intended to function, there's no additional maintenance required unless it's a specific one-off example.
So do you want me to give you an example here, or I can follow up with you offline?
If there are specific locations that any members of council have, we'd be certainly happy to work with the individual councillors. I know the one that we're working with you now on Brookside is one we've agreed to meet with the residents if required. But again,
thank you, Gord.
At this point.
So I'm sorry, my time is up, and then I need to end up. But I really appreciate the answers. But I'm looking forward. We do need responsible for the negative impact caused by our city's nature's area to the properties owners around that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. I maybe just had one other quick question. Just wondering if the motion put forward by Councillor Rutherford, would that include connecting with the Edmonton and Area Land Trust as well to potentially look for partnership opportunities about how we could leverage city funding to work collaboratively with them on their work?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Stevenson. I think the answer is yes. That would happen regardless of whether we're getting new capital dollars or not. We would always seek to facilitate those partnership conversations and collaborate wherever we can.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That's great to hear. Excellent. Well, I don't see anyone else on the board, so I'm happy to move to speaking if anyone wanted to speak to this motion. I'm not seeing anyone. Councillor Rutherford, did you want to close?
Just that I would really appreciate support from my colleagues on this and look forward to debating it with many other things we're going to debate at budget.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So with that, I will call the vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Now, before we move on to our next item, I would just like to confirm with my colleagues. There was an exemption number 7.6, and the member who was interested in discussing that is no longer here. So I'd like to move that we, provided there are no questions, so if I can just get confirmation that no one else has questions on this. I am going to, Councillor Rice, did you have any questions on this item?
You mean 7.3? So which item you're talking about?
Sorry, I'm not able to hear Councillor Rice. I'm not sure if others are having that challenge as well.
I can't hear her either.
Same.
So can you hear me right now?
No, sorry.
So I don't know what's
can't
going
hear
on,
you.
but I can hear this very clearly in the room.
One moment, we will get AV to come and check this out. I can see Councillor Rice's mic light on, but I can see that it's not working on the Google Meet. Councillor Stevenson, you can hear me?
I can hear you perfectly.
Okay.
Yeah.
The question is, what item are you referring to? So I'm wondering if you can just repeat that for Councillor Rice.
Item 7.6.
I don't have question for 7.6.
Okay, great. I heard just enough of that.
You can hear me right now?
No, it's very garbled.
But how do you know what I said? I don't have a question.
Councillor Rice, I'm just wondering if you could move to maybe one of the other mics to see if the other ones work, just while we get Council Tech into the room.
Right. Yeah, in the meantime, I'll just move then that we bring 7.6 forward. And then we can just deal with the recommendation there, just to save the delegation from listening in all day. So please vote to bring 7.6 forward.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
And, oh, sorry. Do we have all the votes?
Just waiting on one. We have all the votes.
Great, please display the vote. Thank you. And then I'll also move that the agreement between the City of Edmonton and Computronics Canada Limited for an amount not to exceed $3 million annually, GST excluded, for a period not to exceed 10 years, be approved, and that the agreement is in form and content acceptable to the city manager. Anyone to speak or questions? If not, I'll call the vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. We have all the votes.
And that's carried. Thank you so much. And with that, we will jump back to item 7.3. Is there a presentation from administration?
Just some brief opening remarks, Councillor.
Please proceed. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and hello, Executive Committee. The report before you today is in response to a June motion asking for consideration to extend tax penalty forgiveness to small businesses in the event of death, serious illness, and/or hospitalization of a property owner or immediate family member. Now, in reviewing the options, one of the larger obstacles to such a program would be defining a small business. And since many of the metrics that might be used to define a small business are not available to the city, such as income or number of employees, administering this program would be challenging. Since January of 2019, there have been no requests for relief of this type from non-residential properties, and as such, we don't believe there is a large need. However, should committee wish to proceed with penalty relief eligibility, we'd recommend a simplified approach of allowing penalty forgiveness for any property owner, but put a cap in place. A cap of $1,000, for example, would provide full benefit to any non-residential property just under $1 million in assessment value, while also covering residential properties up to just under $3 million in assessment value. Thank you, and we'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you so much for that. I believe this item was selected by Councillor Rice, so I'll go to you first, and hopefully we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Perfectly, yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So that's some magic there. So I I selected because I have two quick questions. First one is about, since January, we didn't heard the request and for the business owners for the tax relief. That is what I heard. And this is the gap from what I heard from city administration and the public. When I was visiting neighborhoods and I spoke to people at the door, specific for small business owners, there's so many people told me, and then they would like to see this support for our small business recovery from COVID-19, and also how we do that. The one thing they mentioned is about the tax reliefs. So this is a gap. Do you think why our city didn't receive the request? Is the process is too complicated, or is the communication is not information reach out to the small business owners?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and I think that's very reasonable that you would hear that from non-residential property owners. I believe the distinction there is property owners who you spoke to on the doors were speaking about generic property tax relief, just mentioning that the onus of property taxes is difficult for them to bear for their general business. This specific conversation that was raised in the last conversation in the context of policy C607 relates only to penalty relief for non-payment at the deadline for specific reasons. So I think that's a very narrow component of this, and in that very narrow context, we do not hear from property owners for those reasons. That does not bar the possibility that they're looking for more generic property tax relief. However, even if you were to move forward with something like this, I don't think you'd be addressing what you were hearing on the doors.
Okay, so with that say, and the $1,000 as a cap, and it's just for the penalty reliefs, is not for the tax reliefs.
That is correct.
And so, what's his application fee, and then for people, for small business owners to apply for this penalty reliefs?
Under the way we've discussed it, there would be no application fee.
No, so the only application fee and is for the tax reliefs. So we're talking about two things: penalty relief and the tax reliefs.
So under the current discussion here, there's no conversation about tax relief. It's only about penalty relief under very specific circumstances. Okay, so this actually creates a confuse to me because my original motion I put forward and is a tax relief is not penalty and relief. So right now, and then correct me if my understanding is right, and then the report provided back is only limited to the penalty relief is not tax relief. So this is not addressed the original motion. Is that correct? So I'm just pulling up the motion now, Councillor. Yep. The motion read that the administration provide a report outlining the options to extend penalty forgiveness under section 1.2.3 of City Policy C607.
I think I know. So that means there's some like misunderstanding or miscommunication there. So right now, the only report come back is for the penalty relief.
So in which case, Councillor, I mean, if what I'm hearing is that the intention was not to discuss penalties, but more broadly tax relief for non-resident property owners, then perhaps we take this report for information and then we can discuss subsequently offline about how you want to proceed with that conversation.
Sure. Yeah, we can do that, and I can move the motion and put this on the floor and for the information received.
Good. Thank you. So, Councillor Rice, you're moving that we receive 7.3 for information?
Yes.
Okay, good. Any questions on the motion on the floor, or any want to speak to it? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Councillor Rice, you want to close? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to quickly close this, and I think that we had this conversation last time, and specifically identified and looking for the opportunity to support our local small business. And because that is what I heard and how struggling our small business and due to the difficult time. And right now, if we're talking about at a city level to look at the economy growth and recovery, and we need to look at the way how we support our small local business. And this tax relief and is one options we could looking forward. And even though this report come back just for the penalty forgiveness, this is not original the motion I was looking for. But I looking forward and to touch base with our city's financial team to looking for the other options we can bring back to support our local business. But I really want to say and I encourage my colleagues and look at and that only our city's economy can recover and growth by looking at the one way as the many ways, and there is one way how we support our local small business. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have a motion on the floor, so please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So we dealt with the 7.3. And our next item is 7.4, possible municipal property tax relief, affordable housing services. Is there a presentation from administration on this?
Again, just opening remarks.
So go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. In June, our Assessment and Taxation branch brought forward a report about the development of a grant program that would offset municipal property taxes for affordable housing properties. Council approved the criteria for the program, and program funding will be discussed as part of the upcoming fall budget deliberations. At that same meeting, a motion was made regarding 12 specific properties seeking consideration for retroactive property tax relief in both 2021 and 2022. The properties listed would not qualify under Council's retroactive tax relief policy, and so are being brought forward for consideration outside of the policy. It should also be noted that this group represents a small portion of all the properties providing affordable housing in Edmonton. Administration has reviewed the list and notes that several properties were not used to provide affordable housing for portions of 2021 and 2022. If Council were to forgive the municipal taxes for all the properties listed, the cost would be approximately $757,000. However, if tax forgiveness were limited to just the residential portions of the listed properties, and based on the amount of time they were approved for housing, the amount would be approximately $475,000. This is also outlined in attachment 1 of the report. Neither of these amounts include education tax, which the municipality must remit to the province, or penalties for any late payments. More details regarding each property are included in the report's attachment. One final cautionary note: the right-at-home property, Omamu Wangugamek, is currently appealing its exemption status at the Court of King's Bench, slated for early next year. Administration typically does not recommend Council make tax relief decisions regarding properties under appeal, as it may affect court proceedings and the retroactive relief may not be warranted after the conclusion of the appeal. If Council wishes to move forward with a specific tax relief amount, a funding source will need to be identified. Thank you, and be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Now we will go to members of the public who are registered to speak, and I'll call your name. Steve Hughes, in person. Steve, please come up. Marie Soroka, in person. Marie's joining virtually, okay. Cameron Mcdonald, in person. Cameron, please come up here. All right, each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation, and then committee members and council members may have some questions. I'll start with Mr. Hughes.
Apologies, Mr. Mayor. Is it possible if I can go after?
Oh yeah, of course, absolutely. No worries. You want Marie Stroka to go first?
Please.
Okay, we'll go to Marie Stroka first.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The retroactive municipal tax relief report that's before you today describes the basic facts of the tax relief issue. Today, I'd like to share our viewpoint on the issue, but before I do, I'd like to give you some context. As a registered charity, the Jasper Place Wellness Center is a recipient of a property tax exemption for all the properties it owns or leases, as do many other charities across the city. We have office space, community resource space, a medical clinic, a 15,000 square foot warehouse where we operate our social enterprises from, and a social enterprise supported housing apartment building, excuse me. All of these properties receive a property tax exemption and have for years. It's been our long-held belief that through the many property tax exemptions we receive, the City of Edmonton has been a willing partner in the work we do as a registered charity. The property tax exemption at our permanent supported housing building allows us to utilize those funds to pay for support staff and offer below market rents. If the property tax exemption did not exist, we would not have been able to provide permanent supported housing for the past 11 years. It's with this experience of being a property tax exempt organization that our board and senior management team put together a strategic plan to grow our portfolio of permanent supported housing and affordable housing to 300 units. We recently borrowed several millions of dollars to purchase buildings and to develop 9 other buildings in scattered sites right across the City of Edmonton. So let me be clear, we made these business decisions based on an established experience that a registered charity, we are property tax exempt. It's my request that you approve the retroactive municipal tax relief for the buildings that are on the list. Without the tax relief, we'll have to make serious adjustments to the affordable housing rent we offer residents and also reduce our staffing levels in these buildings as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'll go to, Steve Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And
can you move close to the mic, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the executive committee members. Just for clarification, and I don't want to chew up a bunch of my time for it, but there are 3 properties that are on that list that should not be on that list. So they are projects under development, and we would not be seeking a property tax exemption on those properties until they are occupied. So there are 3 properties. They're relatively minor in nature, but I can clarify that with city administration after this. But more specifically, one of the greater challenges we have is that for our buildings, and some of those buildings have funding arrangements with the city, with the province, with the federal government, and through Canada Mortgage and Housing, that we have fixed rents and we have no ability to change those rents. So at this point in time, we would be offside with trying to come up with the property taxes for those properties. So as an example, if you have a rent that's being collected right now at $550 a month, to make this property tax payment, that would be an additional $125 per month for that individual. So that's a significant portion of an increase. And at the end of the day, we don't have the ability to do that, which will then put us offside with our partners in here, which the city is one of those partners, the province is one of those partners, the federal government's one of those partners, and our lender, being Canada Mortgage and Housing, is also there. So when we go into default because we have to either increase rent or remove staff, the challenge we'll have with removing staff is that the burden of the challenges in managing those residents will then fall onto emergency services. So the police, fire will now have to start to deal with some of the challenges because we will effectively have to evacuate our staff from these buildings. So I just want to make sure everybody's crystal clear that there are ramifications on this item, and by doing it so suddenly gives us no opportunity to react. And I would fear that, following this through, if we have to vacate and the city doesn't step in, then the buildings themselves will just unwind. You'll end up in a position where these buildings will then have to be taken into somebody else's custody. One of these buildings, being Nova Plaza, was recently taken off a problem properties list because we started to manage the building. We purchased it, managed it, took it off of that list, and now this decision is going to put it right back on that list. What did that cost the city to do? I have no further points.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll go to Cameron Mcdonald.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I was just here to answer questions on behalf of the Right at Home Housing Society and also on behalf of Niganan Housing Ventures, in which I sit on the board. But I just want to make one quick comment because there's new information to me that I didn't know about, and that's regarding the permanent supportive housing development, Umamawango-Gamik, and the comment made by administration that because we're appealing the decision at the ARB, that the relief should not be recommended in this case until the process goes forward. I think was why we weren't let known about this development. I'm not sure, but really our intent is to not go ahead with the appeal at the ARB because administration has worked with the providers to come up with a grant program going forward into next year, and our interests would be met in that regard, and we'd have no need to go to court. So I just want to make that part of it clear. We're happy to withdraw from that appeal. So I just like to answer questions from council on the properties at hand. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Which property is that, sorry?
The one is Belvedere Permanent Supportive Housing, also known as Umamawango-Gamik, which we run in concert with Niganan Housing Ventures.
Clear. Okay, good. Thank you so much. All right, questions to members of the public from committee members? Let's see if there are any, but here we go. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate all our speakers coming out today. Yeah, I just wanted to just sort of emphasize some of the points that came up. So maybe, Mr. Hughes, I'll just go to your points about sort of how you set those rental rates. And as you mentioned, many of your other existing affordable housing projects that you've built prior to 2020 were tax exempt. Is that correct?
Yes, everyone.
Okay. And so you built your pro formas on the basis and the understanding that it would be tax exempt?
That is correct.
Great. Okay, thank you for that. Maybe Mr. Mcdonald too, I just wanted to get to some of the comparability as well in terms of, you know, an existing project like Ambrose Place, for example, that's currently tax exempt?
Yes, Ambrose Place is fully tax exempt, and if I could comment further that the Umamawango-Gamik project is of that same ilk and serves the same purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, that's exactly the point I was hoping to make, was just in terms of, you know, establishing that these types of developments, again, have been built in, and recognizing that there has been a shift in legislation, that we have this new rebate program that we've proposed to address that. But just to understand further too, Mr. McDonald, you said that you would withdraw your appeal. Would that be pending the approval of the tax rebate program rather than this decision today?
I am of the belief that City Council, knowing its priorities and knowing how important it is to provide affordable and supportive housing in our community, that I think the grant program will go forward. So on the record, I'm happy to say that we would withdraw that appeal.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. McDonald. I think these are all my questions. Thank you to all of the speakers for your succinct and very helpful comments.
Thank you so much, Councillor Stevenson. And to Mr. Sikora, can you refresh the memory? Like you said, you were always exempted. Then what happened that you were no longer exempted?
Oh, well, this grant idea that came forward. So we've always received, as a registered charity, the city allows registered charities not to pay property tax on anything they own or lease. And for 11 years, we haven't paid on a permanent supported housing facility. So we built our business plan thinking going forward, we wouldn't have property tax on anything else that we did around affordable housing and permanent supported housing. When we applied for tax exemption on one of the properties on the list, we were denied. And it was that point we found out that there had been a change.
And that change was related to the provincial regulations, right? Or
I can't comment on that. It was just we were denied. The city said that they couldn't offer that any further because of the changes in how they were interpreting the municipal act.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Anyway, so I just needed that clarification because it's not. We'll ask that to administration as well. It's not at the urgence of administration that these changes were made, or there's some other stuff going on that we discussed a number of months ago. So that's why we're moving toward the grant option. But this is the kind of the legacy of the previous a couple of years that we need to deal with. So no, thank you so much and thank you so much for your contribution and all the good work that all of you have been doing in helping people be housed and supported. And what you do absolutely aligns with what City Council is hoping to achieve. So thank you so much for your presentations.
Thank you.
We'll go back to administration, if you don't mind stepping back, please. Before we, please ask our administration to come forward. I think just to keeping the timelines in mind and the agenda that we have, Councillor Stevenson, you have a motion, right, that you would like to make. Maybe you can state that motion, and then council members and committee members can ask questions to administration on anything else, and including the motion.
Sure, happy to, Mr. Chair. So I'll move that Executive Committee recommend to City Council that administration provides tax cancellation in the amount of $474,742.78 for tax accounts as outlined in Attachment 1 of the September 28th, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01385, under column 2021-2022 municipal taxes associated with affordable housing, with funding to come from the Financial Stabilization Reserve.
Thank you. We have motion on the floor, so now I'll open up the questions from committee members to administration, both on the report as well as on the motion. So, Councillor Stevenson, you want to start first, or you exempted this?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I think maybe just that it's prudent for me to just ask a few follow-up questions on the new information regarding the implications of this and the outstanding litigation that's occurring. Could you just speak a little bit more about how this could affect those proceedings? Also, I think there's reference potentially, a double repayment may be occurring. Also just wondering too, in terms of, I mean, there is a material difference to affordable housing providers, whether they are exempted under Copter or they receive funding through the proposed tax rebate program, right? There's a provincial tax. If they're exempted under Copter, they're also exempted from the provincial taxes. So anyway, that was a very muddled question, but maybe just to open the floor up for further conversation. I think that there's some important implications on both sides that we need to consider.
Thank you, Councillor. I believe I'll throw to Cam Ashmore, our legal counsel.
So, Councillor, on the first part of your question, if we're going to have that discussion, we need to have it in private. On the second part of your question, you're right. There's a difference between the way the grant program was set up versus the way Copter was set up, and that has to do with the difference in the education taxes on the properties. So what you're dealing with the grant program that was proposed and passed by council is municipal taxation.
Yeah, and I should have thought of that clarification earlier, because I think that might change the response just in terms of withdrawing that litigation. But perhaps maybe if my colleagues have other public questions they could ask, but otherwise I would move that we go into private so we can discuss the other legal implications.
Yeah, let's go through the public questions first, then we can go into private. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, so just again, kind of following up on new information, one of the speakers mentioned that there are 3 on this list that are currently not occupied. Which 3 are those?
Councillor, I'm guessing, I can look over to them, that these are the Glenwood properties. Yeah. These three, right?
Correct, yeah.
So the Glenwood properties, so under the motion that Councillor Stevenson has brought forward, they do not include tax forgiveness for those three properties as it is.
Okay, so this motion doesn't include those ones anyway, so that's not an issue.
Correct.
Okay, that was my only question. If it hasn't been moved, I'll move to go into private as per Councillor Stevenson's request.
Just hold on. Councillor Rice, you have questions in the
sorry.
public? Yeah.
We're just keen to.
Yes. Councillor Rice, go ahead.
I know it's just taking time to get the name there. So I do have the question for the funding source. And then because right now I look at the motion and we use FSR and for the funding. And do we have specific, so just correct me, and I recall we do have some like the specific funding for affordable housing. So is set aside and from this FSR, so what's the difference we use this FSR and use a different funding source?
So there wouldn't be another funding source that would be eligible for tax forgiveness. So the only eligible funding source that we identified was the Financial Stabilization Reserve.
Okay, so this back to my earlier question regarding small business as well. But how we calculate those tax reliefs amount? And if we have challenging for different group, and how we calculate the tax relief amount for this affordable housing? It's the same tax.
So in this case, the tax relief, the motion indicated to seek municipal tax relief for the 2021 and 2022 taxation years. So what we did in this report is we provided two different analyses. The one is just the full municipal tax amount for both of those years as indicated within the motion. And the second analysis is just the municipal tax amount for the period of time when these properties were operating as affordable housing properties. And the reason why we make that distinction is typically with any kind of property that is exempt, so for properties that are exempt such as religious organizations or nonprofit organizations that qualify under COPTR, they only qualify while they are being used for that purpose. And so while they're under construction, they are taxable. And that's, so we're just being consistent with the way we've proposed the difference there.
Okay, so then my question is like, so we use consistent way and a consistent criteria to calculate any type of groups for the tax reliefs amount. Is that correct?
So in this case, I mean, this is still an ad hoc request. These properties are typically not exempt, right? They are taxable properties, but we are following at least some criteria based on the way we would treat other exempt properties. Non-residential properties are, in examples of the small businesses you raised, are always taxable.
Okay, so is that criteria and including in the report? I didn't say or I can request an information and offline.
I would say, yeah, we could discuss it offline for sure, but maybe Stacey has something to add.
But I just want to clarify that what's being done here is forgiveness of taxes assessed in a previous year. And so there isn't a criteria for determining the tax calculation. There is a budget established for the city and then taxes allocated out on an assessed value basis.
Okay, so thanks for that clarification. And the criteria, I think what I refer to is how you calculate the tax relief amount.
And the relief amount in this situation is the taxes assessed in those particular years.
So just based on that data. Okay, sure. Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. A couple of questions. In the previous council committee discussions, we gave you direction to come back with the grant funding that affordable housing providers can provide to, and subject to council approval in 2023. So would these, this is a hypothetical question, would these organizations that are on the list for this exemption, would they qualify for grant funding?
So thank you, Councillor. Just to be clear, or Mayor, sorry, just to be clear, This motion that we're discussing now is only for the retroactive portion.
Yes, absolutely.
The grant program that you're discussing will be based off of the eligibility criteria. You know, it's hard for me to always just say 100% it's the case.
Yeah.
Likely, yes, they would qualify into that program, assuming
That's all I needed to know, that moving forward, they'll possibly be eligible. So we're just dealing with the retroactive for 2 years. Got it. Thank you. That's all I needed to know. And the motion for support is only for municipal property taxes.
municipal only for the residential portion, correct?
Got it. Okay, good. That's it. I move that we go into private. I do have one more. Oh, you have one more question, Councilor Rice? Go ahead.
So just a very quick question to follow up to Mayor Sohi. But how did those organizations get onto the list? Is it based on application process or is it based on different criteria? How those organizations get onto the list?
So this specific list was created based on a council motion. So council provided a motion to seek.
Do you mean the council provided the list?
Yes.
Correct.
So we provided the list.
So at one of the last committee discussions and council discussion, this motion was passed and direction was given to administration by council.
Yeah, as the mover of the motion, I could weigh in on that if you'd like, Councilor Rice.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, so that list was generated through talking to affordable housing providers as well as the city's housing team. And it was really focused on sort of the known new affordable housing that had opened in 2021, because that's when the change happened. So again, it wasn't looking at other properties that have existed for many years without a tax exemption or anything like that. It was really specifically about the new projects that had come online, just sort of in this transition phase when the change in the interpretation of Copter occurred. So again, it was through a lot of conversation with affordable housing providers and with those that have knowledge of which projects came online in that time.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification. And my related question, and if it's a grant program, so if it's grant program, the grant will open to all the affordable housing providers. So it's not only like based on the list and in front of us, right?
Correct, yes. So Councillor, the criteria were discussed in a previous council report and would form the basis of the grant
So
program
this is
if
just
funded.
the deal with for this special case and for this one.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll move that we go into private.
hotel Wi-Fi is not the most reliable to run both the video and eScribe.
You are as clear as mud, Councillor Hack.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, we can hear you very clearly. No, sorry about no issues whatsoever. Okay. We'll give you a couple of minutes.
We are back live.
Ready?
Yes, we are back in public.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. And any questions, further questions on this? Or are we ready to vote? Well, we have no more questions, and I'll go to council members to speak. Anyone to speak before I go to Councillor Stevenson? If not, I would like to say a few words. I am going to support this motion because we had a lengthy discussion at previous committee and council meetings about the burden that the property taxes create for those folks who provide supportive and affordable housing to in Edmonton, and these are the organizations or bodies that were exempted from taxes in the past, and yes, we're going to be coming forward with a grant funding, possibly in 2023, approved by council, that these organizations can rely on, but there is this couple of years of lag time that needs to be dealt with. So I really want to thank Councillor Stevenson for working with the stakeholders for bringing this forward. We support affordable housing, and I understand that the legislative change needs to be coming forward from the province for exemptions for these affordable housing providers, and we support the province making those changes, and we wish to provide municipal tax forgiveness in the interim to these entities that has been identified. It really aligns with our goal of supporting Edmontonians, and we've been working very closely with the provincial government over the last number of months, and the federal government over the last ever since we've been to this position to leverage different resources and different opportunities, and we need to lead by example as well. In areas that we control, we need to make sure that we are providing that relief, and they'll help us build a stronger case for our partnership with other orders of government, and the things are going well. I can tell you that the conversation that we're having with the province are encouraging, and if we continue to step up, and they'll add to our strong arguments that we're putting forward why province and the federal government need to support more supportive and permanent housing and other services to Edmontonians. So with that, I will go to Councillor Salvador to speak.
Sure. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate the conversation today. Been listening intently, and just wanted to briefly say a few words and thank Councillor Stevenson for bringing this forward, which I'm very, very supportive of for a few reasons. We heard from speakers who have been dependent on property tax exemptions to continue to deliver affordable and supportive housing for folks. We also heard that their pro formas and business plans were essentially built on the understanding that these projects would be tax exempt going forward. So this change has, really created some uncertainty around the ability of affordable and supportive housing providers to continue delivering just this really critical service that is of course a priority for us as a city, and that we're in dire need of in all of our communities. So without relief, we do risk, we heard again from speakers, increased rents, reductions in staffing, which ultimately could result in additional costs as it relates to emergency services, bylaw compliance. And just finally, as Mayor Sohi said, there's an understanding that legislative change is needed regarding the exemptions at the provincial level. But I think offering this relief now is an important interim solution. So I would just encourage folks to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Now I will go to Councillor Stevenson to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all of my colleagues and to city staff for the work that's gone into this report and the discussions that we've had. You know, anytime we're considering retroactive tax relief, you know, there's always the risk that we're opening up the floodgates, that we may, you know, yeah, that we're opening up the floodgates. But I think in this instance, you know, there's some really clear parameters around these properties, and it's specifically to bridge that gap between sort of historically provided exemptions under COPTER. We're moving towards the grant rebate program, the tax rebate program, but in the interim, we just have these few years to bridge for a very specific set of properties that came online during this transition period. So again, this is meant to be very focused on those properties, and I'm hopeful that this is the totality of what we'll be considering for this type of relief and the reasoning for this relief. You know, as highlighted by my colleagues, it really does highlight the opportunity for greater clarity at the provincial level in legislation around which affordable housing properties are exempt, and really look forward to those ongoing conversations and further clarity. You know, in the interim, I think this is an important way that the city can support these affordable housing providers, recognizing the significant positive impact they have in our communities, not only for individuals that are housed on their properties, but for all Edmontonians in terms of the reduction in demands on service for fire, for police, health services. We pay taxes on for all orders of government. So really appreciate my colleagues' comments thus far and would really encourage them to support this motion. And thanks to all the affordable housing providers for the phenomenal work that you do to support individuals, families, and our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, so that deals with the 7.4. 7 point is dealt with. Did we deal with 7.6?
We did. We brought it forward, and then
Got it.
a motion
Okay.
was.
Our last item is 7.7, Clean Energy Improvement Program and Climate Mitigation Priority Projects. Madam Clerk, were you able to advise some of the folks on the list to speak that we are getting to this item now?
We can let them know. We did let them know to check back at 1 o'clock or 1:30 rather, to see where we are at, but we'll check with them again just to make sure.
Okay, I will run through the list of speakers before we go to that, just in case they are not here. Mike Melrose. Mike, I see you here. Monica Figueroa. Oh, hi, Monica. Nice to see you. Jay Froze. Jay Froze. Heather McKenzie. Heather, are you there? And Gregory Caldwell from ATCO. Gregory. So only person not here is Heather McKenzie. Okay. Well, can you send a note to her, please, if you don't mind? And at this time, I will go to our administration to make a presentation.
Good afternoon. We are pleased to provide details regarding the process, work plan, and resources for the development of a permanent clean energy improvement program as part of the Clean Energy Improvement Program and Climate Mitigation Priority Projects Information Report in front of you today. Barbara Daly, who is a member of the Environment and Climate Resilience Team, will provide a background on our energy transition goals and outline the steps necessary to implement a permanent clean energy improvement program by Q4 2023. And so with that, I will turn the presentation over to Barbara.
Thank you. My name is Barbara Daly, and I'll begin the presentation with some background. You could advance the slide, please. Decisive action on retrofitting buildings in the city is critical to achieving the Edmonton's energy transition plan for a low-carbon city by 2050. As part of the community energy transition strategy, one of 5 crucial pathways is emission-neutral buildings, which identifies taking extraordinary measures to embark on deep energy retrofits on 350,000 residential buildings and 11 million square feet of commercial space. The Clean Energy Improvement Program, CEIP, significantly supports this goal. Specifically, the program contributes to reducing community-based net greenhouse gas emissions. This is substantial as buildings make up about 37% of total GHG emissions in Edmonton. Please advance the slide. The Clean Energy Improvement Program pilot was made possible with provincial regulatory changes that included an act to enable clean energy improvements that amended the MGA and created an associated clean energy improvement regulation, both of which came into effect on January 1st of 2019. The Clean Energy Improvement Program's 2-year pilot was launched in 2 streams in Edmonton this year, with the residential stream in March and the commercial stream in June. The program provides low-cost financing to Edmonton property owners and is an opportunity to accelerate energy efficiency and renewable energy upgrades. The residential stream was fully subscribed within a few days, and the commercial stream, with additional complexities for decision-making and project scale, shows steady interest. With a target of 80 residential files, it was surpassed with a total of 127 submissions, and the website was closed and a wait list created. To date, of those residential files, 15 applications have work begun and have been approved, and with 65 others in process, waiting for approval. The total residential project value is approximately $3.1 million. The commercial stream was launched 2 months later, and web traffic shows interest. However, the complexity of upgrades to larger buildings has likely impacted the pace of those applications. To date, 2 commercial pre-qualifications have been received with a value of $1.2 million. A few insights at this stage of the pilot will be useful in the development of a permanent program. These include the average retrofit investment for residential was originally $30,000, but averages are now moving upwards towards $40,000, indicating an interest for deeper green choices and potentially increased cost due to inflation. Retrofit choices are solar PV as the most common, with 75% of files to date, windows and doors, insulation, and air sealing. And the final observation for today is that there is a gap for multi-unit residential buildings of over 4 stories that would need to be addressed. Evaluating the pilot for successes and gaps will inform changes for a permanent program that may better advance the city's climate resilience goals. Would you advance the slide, please? As we progress through the pilot, we continue to learn and would apply these findings in the development of a permanent program. Based on early indications of interest by property owners, a scaled program with a range of $21 to $80 million per year in financing administration costs. And that would support between 500 and 1,875 residential projects, or 20 to 150 non-residential projects, or a combination of the two. This level of investment and its impact to the city's debt load are of consideration. The number of proposed annual projects would impact program administration costs as well, with Alberta municipalities, the program administrator. An estimated range between $1.1 and $3.8 million annually would be negotiated. Internal resource requirements would increase by an estimated $530,000 per year for the first 2 years and $220,000 annually for the remainder of a 4-year program. The reward for this investment over other priorities must be weighed across many factors. Please advance the slide. There are 4 concurrent steps administration must take to implement a permanent program, and these include upgrading the Taxation Assessment and Collection System, or TACS, to meet the demands of a permanent program by automating the administration of the CIP. The current manual process cannot be maintained for the volume of files estimated, as we mentioned, 500 to 1,875 residential programs suggested. This IT work was anticipated and budgeted in 2022 and is currently underway. However, based on the business requirements identified so far, funding will be required to complete, additional funding may be required to complete the necessary changes. Administration is assessing the total funding requirement and capacity within the existing capital budget. If new funding is required, administration will return to City Council with a request through the upcoming 2023 to 2026 budget discussion or future supplemental capital budget adjustments. Also of note, though, at this early stage, the system enhancements are projected to be operational in early 2024. There is a possibility its completion may extend beyond the start of the 2024 tax season. This could result in the city carrying the borrowing cost of loans should the permanent program be initiated prior to the implementation of the TACS systems upgrade. Next would be securing $20 to $75 million each year to fund between the 500 to 1,875 residential properties. Program development is the third element that administration will work on and will include formalizing program processes such as file management, corporate coordination, fees negotiation, and a new bylaw. Throughout program development, a GBA plus approach would be used to provide more inclusivity and diversity of program participants. Engaging Edmontonians, including current CIP pilot applicants, to better understand their perspectives and concerns related to a permanent program is an important part of the work plan. These steps are all key to advancing a permanent program. Advance the slide, please. The process, work plan, and resources required for a permanent program within the range suggested would also include regulatory recommendations at the provincial level. Advocating to the Government of Alberta for changes to the Clean Energy Improvement Program regulation could support a successful permanent program. The enhancements could include the ability to borrow from the province to minimize financing costs. This would be a direct benefit to applicants. Would also include expanding the list of eligible upgrades, such as EV chargers. Also, increasing the financial limits necessary for deep retrofits may be key. The current limits are $50,000 for residential and $1 million for the non-residential. And finally, expanding the building types, in particular, to include multi-residential buildings with more than 4 stories. Could you advance the slide, please? The 2-year CIP pilot provides an opportunity to listen and learn to improve our approach for an ongoing program. We have also included we've also asked the Edmonton Insight community for their perspectives on the program. There were a total of 4,664 respondents, 84% of which were homeowners. Of these, 16% were aware of the program, 65% indicated an interest in participating, and 27% indicated no interest. Administration is also learning about the equity gaps associated with the program and will work with Alberta municipalities and the Government of Alberta to address gaps as the program continues. Could you advance the slide, please? Administration will continue implementing and learning from the CIP pilot. Administration is also preparing the funding option for an ongoing program for council deliberation as part of the 2023 to 2026 operating and capital budget. Would you advance the slide, please? Thank you very much for your attention, and we'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Now we will go to members of the public. Mike Melross, if you could please step up, come to the front. Monica Figueroa, please come to the second. Jay Feroz, you'll be third. And I'll check if Heather McKenzie is here remotely. Heather? No, and
I'm here.
Oh, you're
I'm
there,
here.
Heather?
Yeah.
Okay, here you are. Good. And Gregory Caldwell in person. Good. And each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentations. And after that, committee members may have questions to you, and council members may have questions as well. So, and nice to see you again. So please go ahead. Yeah. Mike, you first. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. I'm Mike Melross, Program Director for the Edmonton Climate Innovation Fund at Alberta EcoTrust Foundation. By activating our $22 million endowment, we work with the city to assist in achieving its climate goals. We are very supportive of the implementation of a permanent clean energy improvement program in Edmonton. Improved access to low-cost financing like CIP is critical. However, financing is only one barrier to driving deep emissions reductions in the building sector. The current report projects 500 to 1,800 projects per year that would be serviced through a permanent CIP program, which aligns with our own research into the potential participation rate of such a program. Our research, conducted in partnership with the Social Innovation Academy and the prior CEO of the Energy Efficiency Alberta, revealed that in 2021, a third of Alberta households undertook home renovations. It was actually a record. However, the average home renovation budget in 2021 was only $10,000, with only 10% of these renovations specifically focusing on energy efficiency, with the vast majority an amenity or aesthetic renovation only. The other interesting revelation in the research was that only 20% of homeowners financed the renovations. The message is that not every residential renovation conducted in the next decade will seek out financing from CIP or any other source for that matter. Therefore, additional support mechanisms need to be in place outside of the financing tool itself. Energy efficiency retrofits rarely happen in isolation, which means the program design must look for opportunities to include energy efficiency in amenity renovations if we are ever to meet our emissions reductions targets. As such, both residential and commercial building owners will need additional support measures to navigate what we call the customer journey, particularly for small to medium-sized owners in the commercial sector, as well as residential owners. These support measures are often categorized under an umbrella term called retrofit accelerator services. This approach focuses on the customer journey, with deep energy retrofits or a net zero building being the end goal. To make the process easier for building owners, an overarching program would bring together all the necessary information, tools, and resources for upgrades, including all available financing options, not only CIP. As most planned renovations are amenity-focused, for instance, a basement remodel, there is a significant opportunity for the program design to focus its efforts on this decision-making point and meet people where they are. Homeowners are 2 times more likely to say yes to green than to continue with an amenity-only project if guided to the decision by a contractor. So contractors are critical salespeople in this process. Also, our partner FCM recommends modernizing program infrastructure to improve the customer experience and drive participation. Long PDF forms, complicated approvals processes, low-value audits, and excessive administration makes it less likely for an applicant to follow through with a project. Alberta EcoTrust is excited to soon be launching our Energy Concierge platform with our technology platform, LightSpark. This platform provides a simple interface to guide the homeowner to a retrofit scenario tool linked to existing incentive and financing programs, improving the customer experience and ultimately increasing the carbon benefits. On equity considerations for CIP, we commend the city for pushing to address gaps in the current regulation to allow for residential multi-unit building participation. Alberta EcoTrust has a strong equity lens on all of its programming. For instance, we recently funded ACORN, a rental advocacy group, to work on a renter engagement program to empower renters to work to improve the energy efficiency in their homes. A small step, but an important one, to a larger renter assistance program. Finally, a financing program is often not the most appropriate tool for lower income households. Other support programs are critical and will be required, such as Alberta EcoTrust's soon-to-be launched Energy Poverty Reduction Program. This program assists households by providing a turnkey solution for energy cost reduction that does not involve financing. So thank you, and in closing, we very much support capitalization of this permanent program at the $75 million or $80 million level, and suggest that has been suggested by administration, while concurrently working on supports for these equity-deserving groups.
Okay. Thank you so much. And next we will go to Monica. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Monica Figueroa. I'm 19 years old, and I'm a third-year physics student at the University of Alberta. On a normal Wednesday afternoon, I would be at school working on my math assignments and going to badminton practice. However, today I decided to skip an afternoon on my education to hold you accountable for my future. Last year in April, myself and other members of Edmonton Youth for Climate spoke here at Council on the topic of the Edmonton Energy Transition Strategy. Approving this plan was a great step forward, but over a year later, and with a new budget coming up, we need to actually start funding and implementing this plan. The future of Edmonton depends on it. I grew up in Columbia, in a city where the temperature ranged from 10 to 20 degrees Celsius all year long. 4 years ago, I moved to Edmonton in the dead of winter and was shocked to experience negative 30-degree temperatures. With this extreme temperature comes extreme amounts of energy use. In fact, existing buildings make up about 38% of Edmonton's total greenhouse gas emissions. It would be tremendously hard for any of us to live in this region without heating, so we've conditioned our buildings and homes to keep us warm through Edmonton's long and cold winters. Edmonton's per capita emissions were 18 gigatons per year as of 2020. To put this in context, when I lived in Columbia, my emissions were 1.6 gigatons per year, which means I am now pumping the same amount of carbon into the atmosphere as 11 people in my country. This makes me extremely sad and guilty, because I'm not only contributing more to the problem, I am also privileged enough to be living in a city that is able to adapt to the effects of climate change. Most people in my country do not have this privilege. And this is why implementing the energy transition strategy is not only a matter of climate mitigation and climate adaptation, it is also a matter of climate justice. Today, I want to speak on behalf of young people, people in developing countries, and people of the future. We are running out of time. In order to meet targets from the Paris Agreement and limit global warming below 2 degrees Celsius over pre-industrial levels, emissions should drop to 0.4 gigatons per year per capita, which means Edmontonians are currently emitting 45 times more carbon than the planet can sustain. All of this is very hard and very uncomfortable to hear, but it is the truth, so we better start acting on it. The SEEP is a great step forward to reduce Edmonton's greenhouse gas emissions while creating hundreds of jobs in retrofitting. If we fund and implement this plan, Edmonton's buildings would be 30 to 40% more energy efficient, which will put us on a carbon reduction path. Installing solar and retrofitting buildings are permanent changes, and if we are to transition to low carbon emissions, why not do it now? A permanent SIP is currently unfunded and would require up to $75 million per year for annual financing. I am calling on you to take the necessary steps to implement this policy. The future of young generations is now in your hands. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. Next, we'll go to Jeff Rose.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jay Froese, and I'm a high school student here in Edmonton, though right now, like Monica, I'm skipping school to exercise my democratic rights and to be an active citizen. I value education, but ensuring a sustainable future is just as important. I joined Edmonton Youth for Climate a few years ago, and I have been aware of climate change and environmental issues my entire life. At one point, my grief and worry became debilitating. But soon after, I joined Edmonton Youth for Climate and began organizing. Being surrounded by other youth who care and experience similar feelings gave me a wonderful sense of community. I was able to channel my anxiety and anger and sadness and fear into action. Over the course of a few years, I have helped organize strikes, debates, and an art exhibit, which will be displayed in City Hall next month. As someone with decades ahead of me, I care deeply about the decisions and actions of today. Even throughout my comparatively short lifetime, I have seen the effects of climate change, fires, heat domes, biodiversity loss, and much more. Just the other day, I read a riveting and terrifying article on the various tipping points and the approximate time we have left before the world faces even harsher effects of climate change. To be quite honest with you, I'm very scared about the future. The immense responsibility of climate action has fallen onto the shoulders of our generation. And each time governments refuse to take climate change seriously, this burden grows bigger and bigger. This is why climate action is so important to me. We don't have time to mess around. I have a dream of a renewable, sustainable, and just Edmonton. But as a 14-year-old, I'm not the one signing laws and making budgets. So it's promising to see genuine climate action from the local government. Clearly, the climate problem is bigger than retrofitting buildings in Edmonton, but it's a positive action and a step in the right direction. I'm here speaking today on the subject of the Clean Energy Improvement Program, and I, along with everyone from Edmonton Youth for Climate, is in support of establishing a permanent program. Permanent climate solutions give us hope for a sustainable future. As noted in the material attached to the agenda, buildings make up 38% of our greenhouse gas emissions here in Edmonton. Retrofitting buildings to make them more efficient and energy-wise will help us move towards our goal to be a low-carbon city by 2050. From what we saw in the council report, the 2-year pilot was a success, and I anticipate that a permanent program will have even better results. Along with accountability, equity is extremely important as we move forward. Within Edmonton, there are inequalities between people, thanks to social and economic barriers and systemic inequalities. All climate efforts need to be aware and act in accordance with this issue. Reading the council report, I was pleased to see that the city has recognized marginalized people in Edmonton and is using GBA+, as well as other methods to ensure this project is executed in an equitable manner. Climate justice is social justice, and we can only move forward and create a livable future if no one is left behind. Edmonton Youth for Climate would love to see this program become permanent, showing the city's efforts towards a sustainable future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Next, we will go to Gregory Caldwell.
Thanks. Thank you. I shared some slides. Are they going to be shared? Or?
Yeah, there you go.
Awesome. Thank you. You can just go to the next slide, please. Just quickly about ATCO, I think most of you are aware of our business and what we do, but I just wanted to briefly remind Mayor and Council that not only are we a natural gas company, and that's how we're best known in Edmonton, but also an electric company, a water company, a logistics and energy transportation company around the world. And I come to you and I bring this message as a member of all of those companies. Next slide, please. And I would be remiss if I didn't remind everyone here that September 30th is National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, and I just use this background as a way to start my presentation because climate is part of reconciliation and environment is part of reconciliation, and we take that seriously in our organization. And just as I was preparing for this presentation, I even went on the city's website just as a citizen to see what was happening around truth and reconciliation. And I'll just say for anyone listening, there's some great resources, great videos that were put together by Edmonton Public School and Edmonton Catholic Schools in the library, and I'm going to use those for myself as part of my own journey on reconciliation. So next slide, please. What I'm here to talk to you about is ATCO supports the SEEP program. We think it's an important program not only for the city of Edmonton, but we hope to see similar programs across the province. And ATCO has made a commitment that by 2030 we want to reduce our customers' Scope 3, which means the emissions at your home, by 2 megatons, which works out to about 15 to 20% of our emissions here in Alberta if you were to do it on a calculator. But in order for us to do that, and if you just go to the next slide, please, we need not only SEEP, but we need real energy efficiency programming here in Alberta. And this is a busy slide, but I'll just get right to the point. Not only is energy investment good for the economy, it's good for the environment, and 94% of these programs that are delivered across North America are delivered by utilities. So this works out to about $10 billion US a year in programs that are delivered by utilities, with another $20 billion in investment from homeowners, from business owners that are delivering these programs. So for every dollar that a utility is bringing, there's $2 to $3 being brought by someone else, and this is what I would call green jobs in our economy. Next slide, please. However, in 2011, utilities in Alberta received a decision, and when I speak of energy efficiency, DSM is the term that many of you will know as well. DSM was denied here in Alberta. But what's happened since 2011? Well, we've seen Canada put a price on carbon, municipal governments such as Edmonton declare a climate emergency, and municipalities develop energy transition strategies. All of which, I'll just say for those of you that were in these roles in 2011, the world has changed quite a bit, and I don't need to say much more than that. And so this has been a really big challenge for utilities here in Alberta to actually support and build upon the SEEP programs. Next slide, please. In 2022, ACO Gas, ACO Electric, NMAX, and Fortis all included energy efficiency programming as part of their 2023 cost of service applications to the Alberta Utility Commission. All of us were denied. The Commission did leave the door slightly open for us to reapply with the Utility Consumer Advocate for a yet-to-be-determined program, but they denied all of our expenses related to this. And so what I want to make Council aware of is what you're hearing today is you need to provide dollars so that Edmontonians can do this. And what I want to say to you is there's a role, and next slide please, there's a role for all utilities to play in supporting this so the burden doesn't just fall on municipal taxpayers. But in order for us to do that, we need the city to work with broadly utilities to advocate to help us get these changes made and probably have some discussions with the provincial government on this topic. ATCO and more broadly the utilities of Alberta are supportive of energy efficiency programming. They want it to be part of our future. This is not a gas or electric issue, it's a utility issue. And I just wanted to bring that forward to all of you and say, we support what you're doing, we encourage you to keep going, and we want to work with you. And just as I wrap up, I do want to thank the Mayor and Council for their support on the hydrogen file in the past, which is related to this. Ultimately, it's all about decarbonization, and I think I see a red light blinking. I think I'm out of time, so thank you.
Thank you so much. And next, we will go to Heather McKenzie.
Thank you. Will you be sharing my slides or enabling slide share for me?
Just hold on.
I'm happy to do so at this end if that helps.
Here we go. Go ahead.
Okay, very good. Well, good afternoon, and thanks for having me today. My name is, of course, Heather McKenzie. I'm the Executive Director of Solar Alberta. Just prepared a brief presentation for you with respect to this Clean Energy Improvement Program and looking forward to answering any questions you may have following the presentation. Next slide, please. To begin, I'm just pleased to share that this is Solar Alberta's 31st year of operation. We are a not-for-profit society that is dedicated to accelerating Alberta's transition to a just and sustainable energy future. We do so by advocating, educating, and serving as an industry and community hub for solar energy. Our membership is made up of over 350 individuals and businesses. Next slide, please. Solar Alberta is very pleased that the City of Edmonton is considering a permanent clean energy improvement program. We just wish to take this opportunity to encourage you to ramp it up from the pilot stage as soon as possible. Many other jurisdictions across Alberta are in the midst of rolling out fulsome clean energy improvement programs rather than simply piloting the program. And it is clear from the instantaneous uptake of Edmonton's residential pilot program that Edmontonians would like to see this program ramped up as soon as possible. SEEP has already been established in Leduc, Devon, and Rocky Mountain House, as well as programs are expected to launch very soon in Calgary, Canmore, Drayton Valley, Grand Prairie, Lethbridge, Okotoks, St. Albert, Stirling, Sturgeon County, and Westlock. The demand for this program is high, the climate imperative for this program is real, and the ability for this program to significantly address energy poverty in our city also means that swift action is needed. Additionally, we would like to request 4 program standards be included going forward. The program should either be universal or income tested. If there is not enough money for all Edmontonian households to participate in the program, then please ensure the program is income tested and that low and fixed income households are prioritized. This is the municipality's decision to make, not the government of Alberta's. The pilot program did not income test individuals, and the solar rebate program did not income test individuals. This would not be problematic if these programs were universally accessible, but when the resources available are limited, then income testing needs to be established to ensure that those living with energy poverty are served first. Secondly, the program should be inclusive of renters. This could be accomplished by enabling landlords to qualify for SEEP as long as they can prove proof of secondary home occupancy. As was outlined in the report from your administration, renters and their landlords were not eligible for the SEEP pilot, nor are they eligible for the vast majority of energy efficient and solar incentive programs in Canada. We hear from renters and landlords regularly who are frustrated that they're not being welcomed to participate in the energy transition or supported adequately to reduce their utility bills. And thirdly, we'd like to request that expanded support be provided for roof and electrical upgrades when a household is planning to use SEEP to add a solar array. Many low and fixed income folks cannot have a solar array safely installed on their home without roof and electrical upgrades. These upgrades should be viewed as integral to the solar installation in the same way as the rest of a solar array mounting system would be viewed. Ultimately, the roof is the mounting system for solar PV. It is part and parcel. My understanding is that these costs are partially supported within the pilot program, and kudos to the city for that, but not to the extent that would be needed to ensure that SEEP is truly supportive of low-income households. We are also in support of the administration's desire to include or expand multifamily residential complexes in the permanent program. Thank you for that recommendation. And thank you very much for taking the time to hear our requests today. Really looking forward to any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your time and for your presentation. At this time, I will ask if council members, committee members first have any questions to our panelists. We're just going to see to sign up. No questions at this time. I just told them I could start. Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I was just really intrigued by some of the comments from the solar panel speaker in terms of, you know, the income testing, and you're right. Like, I see sometimes that retrofits and items like that are so saturated in privilege. But I was wondering, you know, for those that may not understand the term energy poverty, could you elaborate on that and what you mean by energy poverty?
Sure. Typically, when I'm speaking about energy poverty, I'm talking about people who are having to spend a very large percentage of their monthly income on utility bills. And so, of course, for those of you who aren't familiar with folks living in lower income households, often they're very drafty, very poorly insulated, very poor windows and doors, very difficult to keep heat in and cold out, or the opposite in the summertime. And so people can spend a lot of money, and often the people who can afford it the least are the ones who are most burdened by utility costs.
And so what I'm hearing is the pilot was good. However, you know, it was oversubscribed, like you mentioned, limited. So what we could have, in fact, is people that maybe already are in houses, like brand new builds, which are probably higher energy efficient. Maybe they can afford their bills. They're the ones that are subscribing or getting this, which is not a bad thing, because the ultimate goal is to reduce greenhouse gases across the board. But then the people that are getting left out are people that maybe not only can't afford this kind of retrofit on their own without that support, but then this could have a real life impact on their monthly bills.
Yeah, so what you'll also find is that often the people who are first to access a program when it is limited are the people who are most adept at completing forms and jumping through hoops, bureaucratic hoops. And so those people are also often better educated. They also often have more time on their hands, and they're often more aware of the city's offerings. So the other issue, of course, when something is limited is not just that the money is going to those who need it the least, but also ultimately that the folks who need it the most are not able to get their applications in the queue in time. So there's a couple of different elements there.
No, very interesting. I just wanted to elaborate on that. I found that very interesting. Thank you so much for all the speakers today for taking the time to chat with us.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. I just want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you and to acknowledge for both Monica and Jay that we do take our responsibility to tackling climate change very seriously. And thank you for reminding us, and thank you for holding us accountable to that. And you know, we are moving forward on electrification of our transit fleet and other infrastructure, investing considerable amount of money in public transit. Yesterday, we made a very important decision on expanding the bike infrastructure. Hopefully, council will approve that, and discussion on retrofits. I'm really excited about this discussion today. So, really want to thank you for reminding us that we need to continue to advance this. I want to go to Mike Melrose, Mike, for questions on the your comment about it is not just about funding, it is more about how do you enable people and households and homeowners and property owners to really understand the value and that whole package of information, education, benefits on emissions reduction, savings on energy consumption, all that. So how do we create that? And what role do you think your organization can play, and also what role do you think private sector can play? And I'll come to ETCO folks for that as well later on. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think it's critical to bring up that financing is one of the last decisions that you make before you do a retrofit. Often there are numerous conversations that happen before that. And as our research has suggested, that the vast majority of people don't wake up in the morning and say, you know, I'm going to do an energy efficiency retrofit. But they do wake up and they say, I'm going to remodel my basement, I'm going to redo my kitchen, I'm going to redo my bathroom. And that is where the inflection point is. So all these programs need to engage our expert contractor community to help a homeowner arrive at an energy efficiency decision within that amenity renovation. So as they redo that basement, they make the suggestion, well, how about you put in a heat recovery ventilator? How about you increase the R value of your insulation on your foundation walls? That is where the decision can get made for the middle.
So who do you think can make that happen? What is necessary? What needs to be created for that kind of conversation to take place, or having that kind of holistic approach?
So I think it's what is called a contractor-focused delivery program. So it's a training program for contractors. It's incentivizing contractors in many ways to assist homeowners in making these decisions. So they need to be central to any program, including the CIP, and also not necessarily married to CIP being the financing product, because as I indicated, many homeowners, actually the data says that $50,000 and under, 80% of Canadians will pay for that out with cash on hand. Now that certainly is the wealthier households, not the ones who are living in energy poverty like Heather was suggesting, but that is what the data suggests. So the inflection point comes when you're doing other renovations for the most part. That's if you want to reach the middle. Right now you've got the people participating in this program that I would say are on red alert. They're like, I'm ready to press that button because I'm altruistic, I want to reduce emissions, and I know this program is going to help me do that. Once you start capitalizing it to the level where it's no longer capital constrained, you're going to start reaching the middle, and that's where you're going to need other marketing tools in the contractor community to assist.
Got it. So to Gregory Caldwell, I understand the advocacy part, and we'll ask that question to our administration, what role we can play with AUE, right? On the mobilization of the private sector, how can we leverage that expertise and knowledge and the resources?
So I think I'm going to build on what Mr. Melrose said. In other jurisdictions where energy efficiency is really embedded in the energy system, you see what are called trade ally networks that are put together between utilities, contractors, and then ultimately the customers. And so utilities arm the contractors with the information that's needed so that, again, using his example, when someone decides they're going to remodel a home or do some sort of upgrade, when the contractor arrives to have that discussion, they're armed with the information. Generally, in those jurisdictions, it's utilities that provide the resources to those contractors, and in a lot of cases, they even pre-approve them. Okay. So to make sure they have the right insurance, the right training, all that to be part of the Ally network. So that's how things work in British Columbia, for example, where Fortis and BC Hydro have Ally networks, and I think that's where we can play a part.
Okay, good. No, thank you for that. Okay, Councillor Salvador.
Sure, and I guess just a point of order, we are at 3:29. I don't know if you wanted to.
We are at 3:29. Yes.
Right.
Okay. Why don't we take a break here now? Can you just want to know, our panelists, can you stick around for another half an hour? We're going to take a 15-minute break.
I'm also happy to just answer or ask questions now, whatever the preference is.
Monica can't stay, right? Monica, you said you can't. So why don't we just extend? Do we need to make a motion to extend the order of the day for 5 minutes?
I think we're okay for 5 minutes.
Okay, that's 5 minutes. You're fine. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Salvador.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you. And thank you so much to all of our speakers for coming out today and taking the time to be with us and speak to this really important topic. I'll begin with Gregory Caldwell. Really appreciated your presentation. And this might be better directed towards administration, but I'm going to ask you as well. You talked about, the need for sort of collaborative advocacy alongside utilities across Alberta. I guess trying to get an understanding of what advocacy efforts are already underway, and if this is of interest province-wide, I wonder if there's an opportunity even for Alberta municipalities to talk about this in a bigger sense.
Yeah, I would say yes. I'm only really familiar with the advocacy in Edmonton and Calgary. I can tell you in Calgary's climate plan, they do have written in that plan, advocate to the AUC and the province for utility-led energy efficiency. It's right in their plan. I'm not familiar, with an Alberta municipality's policy on this. I could take that back and get back to you, Councillor Salvador, but there's probably something.
Yeah, and I'll ask that of administration as well. But yeah, good to hear that Calgary is on this, and if we're able to, speak with a louder voice, I think that's always a positive. Was also going to just loop back to Mike Melross, just following up on Mayor Sohi's question. So yeah, absolutely see the value of, I think you referred to it as kind of a contractor focused delivery program in order to kind of get people earlier on in that process so that we can kind of steward them through that and make sure they are able to access different tools and programming and financing that would point them towards energy efficiency upgrades. Again, I'm trying to understand like the role of the city in that, but also maybe it'd be beneficial if you could talk a little bit about the energy concierge program that you briefly mentioned. Is that what that is? Does that offer that sort of guiding service?
Yeah, thank you for that. So we are launching very soon with our technology partner, LightSpark, technology platform that will provide an energy label for every single family home in Edmonton. That is a springboard for engagement and awareness building for the homeowner. But as part of that package, there's additional bells and whistles where a homeowner can sign on and then walk themselves through a virtual audit and then take steps virtually and create retrofit packages and then understand better the emissions reductions and the cost savings from those retrofit packages, further engaging them in the conversation. The platform then links out to incentive programs that might be provided by the City of Edmonton, including the Clean Energy Improvement Program, and also the qualified contractor list that's being serviced by AMSC right now. And eventually there could be some other contractor sort of avenues or venues through it. But on day one, that's the intention of the launch right now.
Okay, excellent. That's really exciting, and I think yeah, it opens the door for good integration between what we're doing with an expanded and fully implemented SEEP, and yeah, having that kind of landing place and platform for folks to walk through that process. Well, thank you so much for that. I don't have further questions of speakers, but I do have a number for administration. So I'll end it there, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So we will take a break here now, and we'll be back at 3:50. Okay.
Moment. Yes, we are live.
All right, I would like to call this meeting to order, back to order, sorry. Do a roll call. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice is here.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, and go through the list of other council members. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon. Oh, good afternoon.
Councillor
Am I coming
Principe.
through?
Yeah, I got it. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Thank you, and that's it. All right, so questions to our administration. This was exempted by Councillor Stevenson. I'll go to her first. Councillor Stevenson?
Oh, sorry. Hello?
Yeah, you want to go first? You exempted this item.
Oh, no, sir. I'm happy to defer to Councillor Salvador. I apologize. I'm very under the weather, but yeah.
No worries, no worries. I'll start then. Just two questions related to what we heard from one of the speakers, Mike Melross, around having that kind of a comprehensive approach to education and engagement and funding and all that. How do we do that? First of all, I'm really excited about this. I think this has a huge potential for emissions reductions and energy consumption reduction, as well as jobs, green jobs. So it really fits into our overall objective. Just want to get a sense, how do we get it right?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, great question, and we're also very excited about this as well. Right now, we are having some preliminary meetings, maybe past preliminary meetings, but meetings with EcoTrust to understand perhaps what role they could play in terms of that end-to-end program, and not at a point yet where we've got anything we could propose to council, but through the budget process, the service packages will contemplate a potential partnership there.
Okay, and would that also be engaging with private sector, leveraging our resources, expertise with private sector resources and expertise?
Absolutely.
Okay, and further leveraging some of the funding options from other orders of government.
That is absolutely critical to this program. Anything that we do in this space needs to be leveraged, not just municipal dollars.
Okay. So in order to do all that work, do you need a direction from council committee, or are you going to undertake that work, or you already have started undertaking that work?
All this work is underway. We don't need direction at this point.
Okay, got it. That's good to know. On the if we move forward with this, the extra cost doesn't go against our debt ceiling, right? Is that clear, or that some clarity is needed on that?
Some clarity is needed on that, and our CFO, Ms. Padbury, is on her way up.
Okay.
So in terms of the Municipal Government Act, if we were borrowing to finance this program, it would still count towards the Municipal Government Act under the borrowing regulations.
Yeah.
We are considering SEEP and a program of this nature in our modified or in a revised debt management fiscal policy that will differentiate between a tax-supported policy limit that excludes this, if that's helpful.
Oh, I see. So it will still go against our debt obligation ceiling, but because it's self-funded?
Yes, so that's how we're incorporating it in our policy. And then just recall that the city charter allows municipalities to not follow the debt limit regulation provided they have a policy in place.
Okay, and so we would have to put that policy in place, right?
Yes, and we're planning to bring that back before the budget.
Okay, well, that's good. That gives us flexibility, right, to do these kind of programs. So the criteria is that the payment funding source shouldn't be the tax levy, right? It has to be a self-sustaining debt. Is that the criteria for that example?
So that's what we're considering when we're drafting the policy, differentiating between tax-supported debt and debt that is financed from an external source and paid back from something other than the tax levy.
Got it. Okay. Is that all? That's all needed, or are there any? Is MGA clear on that, or there's some advocacy needs to be done on the part of changing to MGA?
No, you're free as the city of Edmonton under the charter to establish your own debt management fiscal policy.
Okay, got it. Good. And my final question is again, when would on all the work that you're undertaking with private sector, with the Eco Trust and others, right? What would be the timelines for you to kind of come back on that?
So the report talks about having a program stood up and ready by the end of Q4 next year. So there would be checkpoints that we'd come back to council prior to that. So most likely come spring, we'd come back with some more information around the program and how to stand that up.
Okay, got it. Yeah. Thank you so much, and thank you for all the hard work that has gone into this. And I'll go to Councillor Rice next. Councillor Rice?
I thought my colleague.
No, you're next.
Okay. So we have the 2 years pilot project. So is this project still on and will be finished this year, or we still carry to next year?
So maybe I'll ask Barbara Daly to talk about the status of our pilot project right now.
Yes. Yeah, because that pilot project is the fundamental piece for us right now. From there, move to the permanent. Right. So I would like to know where is that project right now?
So it's a 2-year pilot project, and we're 5 months into that 2-year pilot project. So it will wrap up in mid-2024.
Okay.
And Councillor Rice, the residential component of that pilot was fully subscribed within 2 hours. And the non-residential side, we are seeing some uptake on it as well as we work through that. So yeah. It was meant to be a 2-year pilot, but it's been fully subscribed very quickly, much more quickly than we expected.
I saw that data in the presentation, and then specifically we only have 2 application and for the commercial one, right? And then is there any specific reason why the commercial participation is very low?
I'll get somebody from the team to start with that one.
Barbara here, I'm happy to answer that. We find that the decision-making process for these larger projects require the buy-in or the cooperation or agreement of multiple owners often. Also, finalizing the scale of these larger projects on these non-residential, these commercial buildings tend to be much larger. So we actually had a 3rd submission come in just yesterday. We're making ourselves available for consultation with potential applicants, and we're starting to become more busy working with these types of applicants now. So that uptake is improving.
Okay. So also, report indicated we don't have funding is in place. And specifically, the request for the funding is between $21 and $80 million. So that is annual funding, right? Or is the total funding for this permanent project?
So correct. The pilot program that you just questioned has funding. So this would be to ramp up to make a permanent program. And the report does have different scales of the 20 million per year is what the report had in terms of the lower level. But what we're bringing forward to council for your deliberations in a few months is a number of different stages or opportunities that council can decide what level you're comfortable with in moving
So that's
forward.
that's his annual number.
It could be, but that number can be adjusted by council to be annual or over the full 4-year term. There's a lot of flexibility there in terms of what council would like to fund.
Okay. So annual could be like around like $20 million, and because that's his wise provided $21 to the $80 million for that range.
Councillor Rice, we wanted to provide what that straight line is between our recommended funding level and the ability of the city to meet our targets. Now, we understand it's going to be a very constrained budget, and so we'll bring you forward all of that information as part of the budget process.
So is that fair to say if we pass the motion as the information received and then the package will come to the budget and for discussion, but today we're not make any decision on the funding piece and the funding source or any amount?
That's correct, Councillor Rice.
Okay. So then my next question, and also in the report is indicated we already spent it so far. For 2021 is 500,000. That's specifically for the software. Is that correct? And right now the new request.
So the 500,000, I don't think that's spent to date. That's what's required to complete.
Is required to complete for the pilot project or is complete? And because right now the new request is 250,000. That's his additional request. I just want to understand those two.
Right, so we originally thought it would be 500,000. It's likely to be closer to 750,000.
Okay.
In the pilot, we did the pilot without requiring the technology upgrades, but we cannot scale up a project of this size without undertaking the technology.
Okay, so this just add to the 500,000 and for the total cost, but not spend it yet, not actual spend it. It's just plan.
That's correct, Councillor Rice. It's just planned. It's what's required to scale the program up.
To complete this CEIP model.
To scale the CEIP program, we would need to make a $750,000 investment in technology.
Okay, I think that's my question, and then thank you.
If I may just correct something that I said
Yes,
earlier.
please, yeah.
So my apologies. I forgot that under Section 252 of the Act, for purposes of SEEP, the MGA has specifically exempted it from your debt limit calculation.
Okay. So it's not, that's good. Okay, good. All right. So, and if you want to ask questions on the advocacy to AUC, then we would have to go into private to seek some.
I think we could ask at a high level. Okay. We could answer some of those at a very high level, Mr. Mayor.
Got it. Okay. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you. So just a few questions for clarity first. So the 250,000 in funding that will be required to complete the SEEP module, that's going to be presented at budget. I understood that correctly. It's not like we need to give any direction for that.
We don't need any direction. You'll see that as at budget as part of a few budget packages that we're bringing forward in the climate area.
Okay, fantastic. So this would essentially set us up to have everything in order to have the program actually launching at the end of 2023, ready to go for 2024. Right?
That is the goal, dependent on council's decision-making at the budget process.
Okay, gotcha. And then the second question is just around the capitalization. So I'm just trying to understand when we would see that. So recognizing we're doing like all the groundwork to get things ready for 2024, would we also see that capitalization ask at the budget that we're going into right in a few months here?
So I think when you're saying capitalization, are you asking about when would we secure the financing source for the program?
Yeah, I'm hearing it can be on a bit of a sliding scale from the 21.6 million to 80 million. when would we make that decision?
So those decisions would come through in a bylaw at a later date. So at the budget, should you choose to move forward with the system requirements, that will let us know that you're committed to the program. We will work to identify financing sources, and that will come back in the form of a bylaw, a borrowing bylaw.
Okay, so that makes sense. So it's not like we'd be seeing the whatever it ends up being, like $80 million amount at budget. We would be seeing that as when a bylaw comes forward, once we actually have a fund or a financing source. I get that right?
Yes.
I apologize. I'm just
So
trying to get crystal clear on this one.
The ultimate financing source will come forward as part of a borrowing bylaw at a future time.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I think I understand. And then I'll just, I guess, ask about any sort of additional advocacy that might be helpful. So recognizing there's some challenges under the current loans to local authorities with the province, and that borrowing would not be eligible under that. Would like a letter on behalf of council be useful? I know there were some other advocacy items mentioned around eligibility upgrades, expansion of allowable building types. What would be helpful for us to advance that at this time?
Councillor Salvador, we're working really well at the administration levels right now with the provincial government, and I think if that was to change, that we would bring that up at one of our intergovernmental updates, but at this point we don't see the need for advocacy on council's behalf in this space.
Okay, excellent. Well, happy to hear things are moving along. And then one line just stuck out to me in the report. It mentioned at council's direction, administration will explore options for low-cost financing for long-term repayment to support a permanent seat. So it's saying at council's direction. So again, I'm just wanting to advance this at every possible point. So is direction needed to explore options beyond the province at this point?
No, we will undertake that as part of our work.
Okay, amazing. And then just switching gears quickly to the GBA Plus section. I'm wondering if we've connected with groups like Empower Me, and that's a group that does energy conservation and education for folks who are members of diverse multilingual communities, often hard to reach communities, just from that equity perspective. And if that could be included going forward.
Councillor, I'll maybe ask the team, Chandra or Barbara, to talk about our approach to GBA Plus and how we look to craft the program to make it more inclusive going forward.
Barbara, do you want to take that one?
Sure, yeah. So we are absolutely committed to making this as approachable and fair and equitable as possible. And specific to Empower Me, it is an organization the city, our team has worked with several times, and they're absolutely something that will be, an organization we'll be working with as we advance with CF as well.
Okay, fantastic. I might just have one more round, Mr. Mayor, but I'll stop for now. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have my wits about me now. Apologies for earlier. Yeah, just a few quick questions. I think for me, opening this opportunity up for multifamily or multi-unit buildings is really critical. And I understand that's a change that has to happen at the provincial level. Is that correct? And that's for both condo and apartments?
That is correct.
Okay. Yeah, I think again, just sort of whatever advocacy council can support with, formal or informal, would be really keen to hear any suggestions on that. Is that something that you think will be likely to be incorporated?
As DCM McCabe mentioned earlier, if we do get some points where it would be helpful for council to advocate, we'll definitely look to leverage your advocating relationships.
Great. Then I was thinking about affordable housing providers. And I'm assuming if a property is exempt from property taxes, they would not be eligible for this program. Is that true?
I
Or
can
could they be eligible and pay back, you know, zero taxes plus this, the costs here?
It's Barbara here. So for the purpose of the pilot, we did not explore how to incorporate them, but early discussions were how would we simulate a value or a property tax amount for these types of buildings in order to try to include them. So that is definitely open for discussion as we consider a permanent program.
Oh, great. That's really exciting to hear. I think that would be a great addition to the program, recognizing that right now, without the multi-unit component, that might be a limited pool of properties that would be eligible, but I think that's really great to continue exploring that. Thank you. No further questions. Very supportive of this. I'm really glad that all the work is carrying on, and thanks to everyone for their work.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. Just wanted to pick up on one of the speakers. Heather McKenzie mentioned opportunities for universal or income tested programming. Just looking for a bit of commentary on that, again, from that GPA plus equity perspective.
I'll answer, Chandra, if that's okay. Yeah. So yes, we've been looking at income testing as a manner of expanding the equitable situation of this program and other programs. Financing is a little challenging though, because there's some elements of having to have equity and the ability to repay. Where we may have an opportunity is an equity test on rebates, and dependent on the income, the rebates become more generous. Maybe perhaps a minimum amount eligible, but more generous based on the income requirements in order to deliver that additional financial support while still recognizing the need for somebody's ability to repay under the financing model.
Okay. Well, that's great to hear. So I do think that's an important part of this conversation. Again, recognizing there's some challenges with the financing side of things. The other lingering question that I just had was from the speaker from ATCO talking about, the opportunities that might exist for the city to advocate alongside utilities, and I should say probably beyond the city. Sounds like Calgary's already pushing in this direction. What role can we play in helping advance that conversation? And I guess my mind immediately goes to, are there opportunities through Alberta municipalities to sort of elevate that conversation? Maybe that's more of a question or comment for the committee, but does admin have any thoughts on that?
It's something, Councillor Salvador, that we're going to take away after today's committee meeting and look into a bit more. I know Council just cautioned that they have a role as a shareholder of EPCOR as well, and so have to be careful on the advocacy front there. But if there is, we will return and let you know.
Okay, wonderful. Well, that's it for questions from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So for the service package provided to 2023-26 budget deliberation, will that be the operational budgets or for the capital?
So we're still working through what exactly is coming in terms of service packages versus capital profiles. It is likely that you'll see the additional $250,000 come in the form of an enhancement to a composite profile where we do the IT capital work. And as we look through this program, since this is not the city's capital assets, it's the design of a program that borrows from an external agency and pays back that borrowing by collecting from property owners at the time of taxation. So it gets kind of applied on the tax bill. I don't think you'll need a separate capital profile for it. That's why I say you'll need a borrowing bylaw eventually.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Just want to make sure the understanding is correct for moving forward. So the next question, can you tell me a little bit more and how those initiatives could link back to our city's economic development. And is there any linkage there we can look at, and then looking forward to some opportunities and for city's economy development?
This is actually a really strong tie between the energy file as well as the economic development file, and we've been tracking job creation through the work. According to Statistics Canada, investment of $75 million per year in this space could lead to the creation of about 500 jobs. So it absolutely is something that we have our eyes on.
Wonderful for that clarification. So if that's the case, I'm going to put the motion on to receive as information on the floor.
Thank you. And these are local jobs, right, in the community. Right? So,
absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Councillor Rutherford?
I was just going to put on receipt of information.
Yeah, it's been already moved by Councillor Rice.
I know, but I was on the board before she moved that.
Okay, no worries.
Thank you.
No questions. Okay. All right, so any further questions? So we have a motion on the floor. Move, okay, just hold on. All right. Okay. Anyone questions? No, so okay. Anyone to speak? I see Councillor Rutherford to speak, or from the previous?
No, that was just still residual. Just residual.
Okay. Councillor Salvador Stephen to speak. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Stevenson first.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just wanting to lend my fulsome support for this. Really excited that this work is happening. Really love that administration is taking the initiative on this as well. It's great to see that this is assumed to just be the thing that we need to do and to be moving forward on. So it's very exciting. Really appreciate all the work from many different departments to make this a reality. This absolutely demonstrates, our city's commitment to our energy transition strategy and tackling existing building efficiency is such a critical game changer for the work ahead. So thank you so much to everyone. Look forward to supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak to this one, but it just makes me so excited, so I had to. I just want to thank all the speakers again who came out today. And I don't know if Monica and Jay are still around, but wanted to specifically pick up on something they said, because their words made me actually consider my own experience, and just thinking back to my first year, my degree of sustainability, when I was just hit with how dire the current situation is, and seeing the Keeling curve and recognizing the tipping points that we're facing, and just understanding what decades of inaction has resulted in. I feel that grief, I feel that anxiety. I also feel the urgency with which we must act every single day. And one of the things I really like about local government and about cities in particular is how incredibly well positioned we are to actually lead the way towards a low carbon future. And I think programs like SEEP are a step in the right direction. And SEEP is a proven program, it works. This report shows that we have basically a clear line of sight towards implementation, which is really exciting. And I'm so proud of the leaders that we have in our administration who are carrying out this critical work so that we can achieve the urgent and accelerated climate action that Edmontonians expect. And just as far as levers and programs to achieve our emissions reductions goals are concerned, this is a really big one. Again, proven. And it also, as was mentioned, creates good green jobs, it grows our economy, and it's a very secure return. I think that, as we heard, there's untapped interest in these kinds of retrofits. The pilot was oversubscribed within a matter of hours, which does signal latent demand. And I think it's also an opportunity to not only achieve our goals, but help reduce energy poverty for folks who might typically not have access to financing for energy efficiency upgrades. And then just to close, I trust that administration can deliver on the full implementation of this program. I think we have a very ambitious path towards a low carbon city ahead of us, and that we need to get moving on these types of big wins right away. And that is exactly what we're doing. So thanks so much for the conversation today.
So, thank you, Consul Salvador, and absolutely, this is good for economic growth. This is good for environment. This is good for affordability by reducing energy cost, and this is really an opportunity for partnership with the other orders of government, but particularly private sector. So this is I look forward to the work of administration on this, and really want to congratulate them and also appreciate all the hard work that they have been putting into these initiatives. So really appreciate that. And I'll go to Councillor Rice to close.
No more to add. Yeah.
All right, so please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So we dealt with 7.7. Responses to consular inquiries, none. Private reports, none. Motions pending, none. Any notices of motions or motions without customary notice? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Have a wonderful Thursday, and also have a wonderful Truth and Reconciliation